Looks like we are now.
We're ready.
Great, thank you. Okay, the time is 10:03 a.m. and the State Board of Education meeting is called to order. I will proceed with the roll call vote or roll call. Member Baker,
Present.
Member Broussard,
Present.
Member Burton, Dr. Kaur,
Present.
Superintendent Hoffman, Member Kay, Dr. Mack,
Present.
Dr. Robbins, Member Ruiz,
Present.
Member Wellborn,
Present.
Member Narducci.
Present.
We do have a quorum for our meeting. Item 1 on today's agenda is the presentation of candidates and election of State Board of Education officers for 2021. The nominating committee met this morning at 9:30. The nominating committee consists of Member Burton, Member Broussard, and Member Ruiz, and they've prepared the following slate of candidates to be voted on today for item number 1. Lucas Narducci in the role of president and Dr. Daniel Kaur in the role of vice president. Do any of the nominating committee members wish to explain their slate?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Go ahead, Member Ruiz.
Yeah, I'd shared with the subcommittee that normally I'm in favor of on civic boards rotating chairs. At least every couple of years. But I just think that we're in a moment where stability has a higher price than maybe best practices. So that's why I was very much in favor of forwarding the slate of candidates that we have.
Thank you, Member Ruiz. Any other nominating committee members? Hearing none, do any of the full board members have a floor slate for consideration? What this means is that any members of the board can nominate a slate from the floor. Hearing none, slate of candidates must be approved by written ballot since we are virtual today. You have received in your email boxes a Google form, which will serve as our written slate. Please go into your email and open that slate, put your name in the form, and vote. The current slate is the current slate is Lucas Narducci for president and Dr. Daniel Kaur for vice president. I will provide time for you to do this.
Alicia, I didn't get a ballot. Not sure what email they sent it to.
Thank you, Member Ruiz. I'll forward it to you right now.
Could you forward it to me too as well, Alicia? For some reason, it's lost from my email. I had it before and it's gone. Thank you.
I have resent the form to you too.
Thanks. There we go.
Thank you, members. By a vote of 8-0, meaning all board members voted for the slate of Lucas Nardici for president and Dr. Daniel Core for vice president. Congratulations. President Nardici, you may move on to item number 2, President's Report.
Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate it very much. With the President's Report, we don't have much to report as it's the beginning of a new year. Just want to thank everybody for continuing to serve on the board and for all of your hard work and diligence in taking care of education throughout Arizona. Also want to thank the board for the vote of confidence in both Dr. Core and myself. We appreciate working with all of you and really enjoy the opportunity to listen to all the various fields that are represented on the board, as well as your personal opinions, and also really enjoy working with the field and the students, and especially our staff. Our staff is fantastic, and we really appreciate them. We have a pretty thick agenda today, so we'll go ahead and proceed. Superintendent Hoffman is not here, so we will skip her report. However, we do have a student advisory report this morning. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Narducci. Sophia, are you on the call?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. And Dylan's there. Go ahead, Dylan.
Good morning, everyone. President Narducci, Vice President Core, and fellow board members, my name is Dylan Baca. I'm a senior at Blue Ridge High School, a member of the White Mountain Apache tribe, and through my Che, I am Navajo. When the first COVID-19 case was recorded in the United States over a year ago, there was little worry, but as the virus continued to spread, there was a palpable fear of what was to come. As case numbers went up, many schools explored uncharted territories of virtual learning that had not yet been explored to the scale that it has been now. The pandemic has exacerbated and exposed many issues, but the one that stands out the most to me is the digital divide that faces many kids from elementary all the way to university. I live in the White Mountains, where it is common occurrence to get kicked out of a Zoom meeting or not be able to do an assignment due to the internet. However, the problem that I touched on are minuscule compared to those faced by those families who are impoverished in rural and tribal communities. One day this past fall, when I was taking my daily drive out of the house to get a break from my computer, I went to a local coffee shop. When I had gotten out of my car, I noticed 2 girls and their mother sitting outside in the back of the coffee shop. I approached them and asked them if everything was okay, and they said yes, their internet is just terrible at their house. I asked if the school's Wi-Fi hotspots were working at their house, and they said no. And I said, could I buy you a coffee to go inside? And they also said no, and they weren't allowed to go inside due to not purchasing anything. And then I asked what happens when there's inclement weather, and the mother said the kids miss school. And then, so this situation that I saw was not an anomaly, but it is something that is faced by millions of Americans on a daily basis. We won't live in a pandemic forever. We eventually will return back to school. We will eventually return back to in-person work, but access to the internet will continue to divide rural and tribal communities further. We need to look into these conversations around broadband further to ensure that we as leaders can do our best to provide the best quality of life to all individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. President Narducci, that concludes the student advisory report.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Dylan. Very much appreciate it. And very much love your area of our state. It's a beautiful area. I've been going up there since I was in 7th grade. And I very much appreciate everything that you said. And good luck with everything. Alicia, do you have a report?
President Narducci, at this time, I do not have an executive director's report.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number 2 on the agenda, which is call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on the consent portion of the agenda. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. And just as a reminder to all of our board, please make sure you turn your mics on and also your video on whenever we are ready for a vote or whenever you need to speak. Alicia, call to the public.
Yes, President Narducci, we have one individual registered to speak today. His name is Kevin Gerard. Kevin, I see that you're on the Zoom call. Would you please unmute yourself? And then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, Kevin, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a reform plan that I'm trying to get out to the anyway, so here's the reform plan. At 6 years old, we need to give our kids 4 hours of free time. At 8 years old, I'm trying to incorporate a work opportunity program for our children. And at 12 years old, I'd like to incorporate a work to live program for our children. So what this implies is that at 6 years old, we give them 4 hours of free time. That way, at 6 years old, I myself, 6 and 7, I've been through some tough times. I know a lot of 6-year-olds that I know a lot of people like that, or a lot of people are impoverished. There's a lot of homes that may have stressful environments, and we need our children to de-stress from those environments. They need that free time. They need independent time. America's about freedom, and I don't see us. I don't know where we're at these days. Okay, and so at 8 years old, we create that work opportunity program. That way they can feel valued. Give them money. We live our lives off of money, and like I don't see any value. We give them grades, but I have a thing called grades degrade our children. Give them a value. Again, also if they're stuck in a poor community and things like that, like give them an opportunity to work so they can understand what work is. At 12 years old, but after 4 years of understanding, they get involved with work and things like that. I'm sorry, let me stray from the 12. Another thing that this is going to incorporate is socially, economically, and politically, because anyone receiving a dollar bill is going to get politically involved. Now, let me move on to the Work to Live program. At 12 years old, our children, we need to stop sitting our children in the same town. This creates bullying. It creates so much. Also, we have adolescent suicide. And we need to work on, we need to prevent that. We need to prevent that. And so we need our children to be moving around. Stop sitting in the same town. It becomes like stagnant water. It gets dirty. It's gross. We're made up, we're made up of like 75% water. Why are we sitting around? It's gross. My name's Kevin Gerard. That's Gerard. I have a GoFundMe called Save the Youth. And I hope if anyone agrees, you can donate towards me. It'll help me get this word out more. And that's 3 minutes up. So, but thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you,
today.
Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. President Narducci, that concludes the request to speak for this agenda item.
Thank you, Alicia. We'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. I'd like to pull item 4D for board discussion. And all items, we can take all items in a single motion unless a member would like another item pulled. As of now, it's item 4D. Any other items A through F that any other board member would like to have pulled? Seeing none or hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 4A through 4C, 4E, I'm sorry, and what with 4E and 4F? I had a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Member Burton. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Broussard.
Member Broussard seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. With respect to item 4D, Alicia, I had some questions on that, and I know some other board members did. Do we have a member from ADE present that could speak to some of our questions?
President Narducci, we do. We have Chief of Staff Kate Wright with us today, and she has made herself available to answer any questions that board members may have on item 4D. And just for the record, that's 4D as in dog. Kate?
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Kate. Thank you very much for being here. One of the questions that I have, and then I'll turn it over to some other board members who may have some questions, is that when I look at the list of recipients and the criteria, the main question that came to my mind is, in light of the fact that we have 3 awards going to what I'll characterize as a single charter entity, which is a significant sized charter entity, another award going to another significant sized charter entity. What I was wondering is the process in general. Are other charters that may be smaller in size at a disadvantage because they don't have the grant writing expertise as compared to the large charters that are large? I mean, in my mind, they are very proficient at what they do. They might be very good at what they do, but they also can hire personnel to get this grant writing. So I was just wondering how is that looked at, and what process, what I's are dotted and T's are crossed in that regard.
Good morning, President Narducci, Vice President Corr, members. Thanks for having me this morning. And I will do my best to answer your questions. I understand your question, President Narducci, and prior to this meeting did ask our team of the Charter School Board or Charter School Grant Program how that works. And I asked, first of all, how is the grant advertised? Because I understood that there's a concern possibly around who's applying and who's receiving funds. So the grant itself, when it becomes available, is advertised to all entities through our Grants Management Funding Alert, through the Charter Schools Association, and through additional press releases made by the department. That at least makes the attempt for equitable knowledge that the grant process has begun. Because the grant lives in the grants management system, it is not like a typical grant process, competitive grant process with other entities. So I say that in the level of complexity. It's fairly templated. There are some basic narratives that are completed. And so I then asked, though, how do we provide technical assistance to anyone who wants to apply? And I was told by the charter schools program that they provide a 3-hour training for the grant, traditionally done in person, but this year done online, that allows for anyone who wants to apply to be able to receive technical assistance on the application process itself. This year, 15 applications were submitted. 5 did not meet the threshold for recommendation to the board. So the majority of the applications did process through. The large networks versus small school capacity could potentially be a concern, I would say, in any of our competitive grant processes, whether it be a charter or a traditional LEA. And I think sometimes they do contract out, and other times they have people who are in-house. The attempt that the department makes in any case with a competitive application is that we let our staff serve as experts to anyone who is interested in applying, and we provide as much technical assistance as possible.
Thanks, Kate.
You bet.
I appreciate that. It just sort of, I'll make one last comment and then I'll open it up to some board discussion if there is any. It just doesn't, this is a considerable amount of money, $250,000 per year over 5 years. And we have our approach to accountability in that process as well. Some of the reasons that money is being given, from what I read, is to assist the schools in developing, developing what they need to do for those areas, and to open up the schools in the right area to help the kids that we want to help. A lot of these entities that have received, well, at least 2 of the entities that are receiving the money, one entity receiving it 3 times, are very proficient at what they do. I believe one entity's got like 20,000 kids in their charter system. Another probably has as many as that. So they don't really need that help. And when we only have 15 applications and we have 10, well, let me start from this premise. Here's my concern. We got 20% of our kids attending charter schools, which means there has to be a heck of a lot more charter schools than 15 applications. I'm also thinking that there's a heck of a lot of charter schools that are helping in areas that need really good charter schools, or want to help in areas that have really good, that want to help in areas. And it just seems to me that it's just a small group of charters, 15, that can receive, and 10 of them can receive funding at such a significant amount of money. I mean, we're talking at $250,000 a year. And for some charter schools, not all, that's a significant chunk of change. So it just worries me. So I just wanted to express the concern that I have that maybe the process itself is not being as fair, equitable, and broadly accomplished as it needs to be. That's just my main concern. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, Kate.
No, I'm sorry too. President Narducci, members of the board, I appreciate your concern, and I'd certainly understand it. And I don't know if maybe this, giving just a little context on the scope of this grant might help. So the federal grant was awarded to Arizona in 2018. It's competitive at the state level as well. So Arizona had to apply to receive these federal funds. And I pulled our executive summary actually this morning just to make sure that I fully understood the purpose of the grant. But at the time of being awarded, what Arizona submitted was the intention of supporting this grant in particular is supporting the opening and expansion of new charter schools. And our application was to support over 5 years, 40 openings. So it was intended from the beginning to support a relatively small number of opening and expanding charter schools. We don't have the capacity, at least my understanding is from the way that we applied for and received the grant funds, to support a large number. So it's not like we're intentionally holding funds for just a small group. and not spreading the funds equitably across multiple charters. I think the way that the grant is organized is for a small number to receive each year over 5 years, the development of new and expanding charters. And I don't know if that necessarily resolves your concern, but I did want to make sure at least that piece was explained, that it is a lot of money. I agree, I understand. But the way that the grant is defined and organized really does, in its nature, meet a smaller number of entities, if that makes any sense.
It does, Kate. I appreciate that very much. Any other board members have any questions or comments?
Yes.
Cal?
So I have, there is no question that one of the most significant challenges facing Arizona is how do we educate students in poverty? And it appears that this grant is in part at least to address that issue, but I don't have information. I don't see the information of how many of the applicants have made that their target, because there's a choice, but I don't know which charter chose which option for the grant. And second, I would really like to know how many of these charters are located in high poverty areas. A year or two ago, we did an overlay of charter locations in regards to poverty, the high poverty centers, and there's not a very good matchup. And I would hope that our quality charters can be encouraged to open in areas where there is significant poverty. Third, I would love to see an overlay of a map of whether or not these charters are locating in areas and neighborhoods where there are a significant number of DNF schools where there's a very high need for quality, or if they are locating in areas where there are already a lot of A and B schools. And looking at the list and the locations, I know that at least some of them are locating in those areas rather than in areas where there is a great need for high quality education and a great need to deal with kids in poverty.
President Narducci, Member Baker, I will do my best to respond to your concerns. The one that I can speak, well, I guess I should say it'll be difficult for me to provide definitive answers to your questions or the concerns that you've raised. To clarify on your first point, I think if I understood you correctly, what you're saying is they had to meet one definition, right? And there are 4 listed, and we don't know whether they were the 40% racial or ethnically diverse, economically disadvantaged, special education, or English learners, or a mix of that group. I think that's an excellent point, and I don't have the scoring for those rubrics in front of me, so I can't address that, but I do understand that question. So those parameters were part of the federal requirements to receive the funding, but I don't know where they fell, and I understand that point. And as for your other questions, again, I'm not certain where the exact locations of the schools that are being funded will be, and I understand the concern that the intention should be that they are in areas that meet our high poverty or most vulnerable students, and are serving in areas where those high quality options are needed, and that potentially aren't being met by traditional LEAs. That wasn't part of the executive summary, which is why you're mentioning it. And as not being part of that scoring committee, I don't have that information, although I could request additional information from our charter school grant program to bring back to the board on those points.
One other question or a clarification request. The poverty rate is set at 40% free and reduced lunch in order to qualify for the grant. Is that a federal criteria, or is that something that Arizona can adjust? And the reason I ask that question is that 40% is actually a pretty low bar. We have a lot of schools across the state that have a 40% or in that neighborhood free and reduced lunch rate, and they're doing a fantastic job getting excellent results. Where the rubber really hits the road is in those schools that are at 70, 80, or 90% free and reduced lunch. That's the really, really hard task. And President Narducci rightfully pointed out that this involves a lot of money. Personally, I would be willing to see even more money go to a select group of schools that are really targeting those neighborhoods and those students who we as a state have been struggling to find success.
Yeah, thank you, Member Baker, and thank you, Kate. I'm going to ask any of the board members for a comment, and I just have one other comment. I mean, I look at it, and I'm not sure any of these. We just heard Dylan speak about rural communities and reservation and northern Arizona, and I'm not sure any of these charters are indicating a presence in any of those areas, which is troublesome to me as well. And going off of what Member Baker just said, the allotment doesn't necessarily have to be, I don't think, $250,000 per year over a 5-year period, if in fact we think that we can do some good in an area that needs good. So I just
President Narducci,
yes.
I do just want to clarify for you that there is one school that's located in Page,
Oh, thank you.
and there is another in Cottonwood.
Okay, fantastic. I failed to completely recognize that at this point, so thank you. Dr. Mack, I see that you probably want to say something.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I do appreciate seeing the school representative from Page, from Cottonwood, and the Highland Prep West from Avondale, mainly because they show some innovation in terms of how they're going to reach their student population in terms of outdoor education, arts enhanced education, STEM, rigorous curriculum. And so I appreciated seeing those on the list. I echo a lot of the same questions from Member Baker and President Narducci, so I'm not going to continue with that. But then the other criteria on the list was urban versus rural. So it's important to see a mix there. And again, how is disadvantage defined? Those were a lot of my questions I had. And then another question I had was, it says on the background discussion that a new component of the revised ESSA version is to provide technical assistance to the sub-recipients. I wonder, Kate, can you expand on that? I know you mentioned the technical assistance part, but I'm wondering, what did that new component entail? Is it like one session, several sessions? Like how many schools attended? And so how many out of those who attended actually submitted an application? Were they only given like one opportunity or like monthly opportunities? I'm just wondering what that looked like and why was it added as a new component under the revised ESSA?
President Narducci, Vice President Corr, Member Mack, my understanding for that technical assistance piece is that's throughout the grant process. So not just the application, but once awarded. So the pre-technical assistance is that 3 hours, and then certainly they will take calls and answer questions of potential recipients prior to the application deadline. But what I can speak to technical assistance that's then provided once sub-recipients receive their award. And I think that's where the ESSA component becomes most critical. And what that team does is they've been trained in Harvard instructional rounds, and they do technical assistance on a large scale, which has been virtual for most of this year, but they also do on-site support. So they do full days with those entities who have been awarded in order to help them once they've actually gotten up and running in both the development of a plan and also in working on-site in classrooms to support instruction. And that team is very hands-on in regards to the technical assistance piece. And I think that's included as a revision to ensure that entities that receive awards have support throughout the process, not just at the onset.
Yeah, and that helps to ensure success for sure.
Mhm.
Then my only other question was, I lost my train of thought. Do you know how many attended the pre-technical assistance sessions?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Just wondering. And then, okay,
Thank you, Member Mack.
thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Member Welborn.
Thank you, President Narducci, Vice President Core, members of the board. I just wanted to share that as a board member from Empower College Prep, we have benefited from this program on several occasions. And our demographic is we serve 90% plus free reduced lunch as well as Hispanics. So we're trying to meet a need in a community that is not yet served by a high performing school. So I think Empower is the example of the kind of school that you want to see get those funds. And when you start up a new school, there are just a lot of fixed costs that need to be covered. And of course, you understand the financial dynamics is that it makes much better sense to start a school with 1 or 2 grades and build rather than open up 5 or 6 grades at once, because then you have, a large group of kids that you're trying to bring into your culture and your discipline and your mission. So in the charter school world, it is very common to start with a small number of students in order and build on that over the number of years so that you can have a much better result in cultivating the kind of students that you want to see succeed. And that necessarily means that it's not a very economic proposition. So I just wanted to validate the need for the program for limited numbers of schools. In addition, though, I would like to ask Kate, we understand it's a federal program. What is the possibility or the opportunity to add Arizona-specific additional requirements, such as has been discussed about, maybe what's the proximity to this particular school and what's the competitive environment and how they're serving kids and things like that. Is there a need in this particular community or is it already well served? Question 1. Question 2 is, I agree that 40% bar is a very, very low bar. I mean, our statewide average is already 25% free and reduced across the board. So that's just not a very significant increase. So that's another issue. So I'm curious about what is the possibility to influence some of those criterions going forward. The last thing I would add, a lot of questions about the technical assistance. The Arizona Charter School Association provides a lot of technical assistance to new charter schools in all sorts of categories, from business management to curriculum development and teacher training. So there are a lot of services available there, and they're heavily pushed and they cost money. So, you can use these funds for those kinds of startup costs. And they used to have a program. I've been off the board for a couple of years now, so I may not be current, but they used to have a program for specifically trying to increase the number of charter schools serving high poverty areas. And so there was an effort to get more and more people to apply to get a charter and then also apply and get this grant. So I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Welborn. Kate, we've given you a lot of stuff to respond to that was supposed to have been a consent item. And Kate, would you like to respond to anything that Member Welborn just said with any information? I leave that open to you, and then I'll come back to the board.
Sure. President Narducci, Vice President Core, Member Welborn, I appreciate your additional expansion of the program and clarification, and I appreciate these questions. I would say that I, in good faith, would need to get more information in regards to adding additional criteria. I just don't know enough about what we may have already assured the federal government in receiving, since we're not in the first year of implementation. And I just don't have that information prepared to be able to answer that question this morning. Again, any of these questions, I would be more than happy to bring additional information back to the board to share. And so I think I'll leave it with that, and certainly happy to take any other questions back and ask our charter school program to help support in responses.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate, very much. Really do appreciate you coming forward with all this information at the last minute. Any other board members have any comments regarding item 4D?
I have a couple of questions, comments.
Member Ruiz.
Yeah, my reading of that is that it really is the unintended consequences sometimes, the accountability system. And I'll give you an example. Take charter schools out of this and just slash the word charters and put in public school district. And if you wanted to improve, more high quality schools in low income or disadvantaged school districts, then what you have is, I'll give you the example, Scottsdale Unified School District wants to expand. They're going to get federal monies, and you have some aggressive or assertive or ambitious staff members and say, let's go put a school out in South Phoenix. So you have federal monies and you qualify because you're not in a low income area. Your schools are not in low income areas, they're not in disadvantaged areas, but you have a high quality, you meet the high quality threshold, the criteria. Second criteria is that you have some cash on hand. So there's nothing that prevents you now from getting free federal money now to go to South Phoenix. You open up a school, and maybe you put it right on the edge of where there's new development. So you're hitting the 40% threshold of poor kids or Title I kids, but you're really not in the low income area of South Phoenix. You're right on the new suburbs, and you just keep expanding, and it's just tilted that way. It's just the program's created that way. It's not a fault of charters. It's just the system. And if you've got people out there who are just very smart and they want to grow their networks, this is a way to do it. I think sometimes it's just a matter of going back and retaking a look at how do you really provide services in low income areas? How do you provide high quality schools? When I think there's a number that I just read that more than 50% plus of all students in Arizona are in Title I students, but they're concentrated in certain communities. And so what you have is, if you have the 40% threshold, that's like nothing. In our areas, geez, it's like, I don't think we've ever been below 97 or 98% free and reduced lunch. Maybe now with the light rail coming through, it'll be gentrification, and we'll go down to 40%, but we would still qualify. And so there's some inherent problems here that's not really, it's not the provider's fault, for them trying to grow their networks. They're out there trying to grow their networks. It's the system that we have that needs to be, evaluate and find out, are there unintended consequences? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ruiz. Any other board members' comments? So it seems to me that we can go one of two ways. We can have a motion to approve item 4D, but it seems that there was ample discussion that maybe we wish to have a motion to table item 4D until our next meeting, and then work with ADE with the comments and discussion that we had today, as well as maybe get a presentation at our next meeting regarding the program and what the flexibility is in addressing what the flexibility is in the exercise of the program to make sure that we're accomplishing the most that we can with the funds that are allotted to us to the communities that it's supposed to be impacting.
Yeah, can I
I'll start
offer
with
maybe a different view is, I think if we do that, what happens is these schools are in the process of replicating. And, you know, they're like in this critical timeline that you lose a month or maybe 2 months because you're going, well, you know, is the state board going to approve us or not, or what's going to happen? And you run the risk now of these schools not replicating on the timeline that they had. And you know, in the end, we're going to prove it. We're not going to stop it. It's going to go through. But we just want to know, how does this work? And does it do what we intend it to do, or does it do what the state intends it to do? And that's a separate conversation. I think we should have that. But what I don't want to do is put these schools that already they've got money invested, they're moving ahead. You know, I don't want to put them in a situation where there's like undue stress to open these schools that they already had planned.
Thank you, Member Ruiz. So with that said, do I have a motion to approve item 4D in the consent agenda?
I would move that we leave it on the consent agenda, move it forward, but that in the future, we've got to put on the board agenda this process, just to understand it and just make it do what it's supposed to do, you know, serve poor kids.
Let me just, for clarification, Member Ruiz. So would your motion be that we're approving the full allotment as indicated for the 5 years in the form that it's suggested in the consent agenda?
Yeah, the way the program operates is it's 5-year funding. It's federal money. They put the money out. They put a criteria. There's only 2 criteria. You have to be a high quality accountability. Under accountability, you have to be a high quality provider. And then you have to have a certain amount of cash on hand. And you're going to get the money. It's $250,000 a year for 5 years. And the idea is you need it because you need the startup, you need the initial operating funds, and then that's your 5 years. So the 5 years is built in. You're not going to reduce the amount of funding here. It's not our money. It's federal money. And you're not going to reduce the number of years. It's a set program. They're just bypass, or these dollars come through us. It's here. It's already here. You're not going to send it back. You just have to administer it. And in that, you know, the rules are the way they are. If you want to tweak, you can tweak the certain things you can at the state level, but you're not going to change the federal program.
I understand that, but what I'm wondering is, going back to the initial comments, we had 15 applicants for the funds, 10 were awarded. And then you look at who received them, and 3 of the 10 are the same school. And I don't have a negative as to any of these. I just am wondering about the approach to the process. So if, based on your motion, we approve the applicant, we're approving $11,250,000 over a 5-year period, I believe, to 10 applicants, 3 of which are the same entity.
Yeah, I would venture to say if you go back from the last 3 or 4 years, you're going to find the same pattern.
Okay.
And that's just, it's the nature of the grant. You're not gonna, you can change it maybe going forward, but I don't want to punish them or penalize the schools already went through. It's a year of work before you get the money. Before your grant awarded, you have to, there's a lot of work you have to put in and investment. And then you've already secured the sites. You hopefully, got, as soon as you have the money, you're going to secure the building permits. It's a lot of stress to put these operators who in good faith and goodwill, they went through the process, and, tell them now, well, the process, we don't like it. Should have told them that before. I think you can go from here forward. You should say, we got to take a look at this. But those people are already in the pipeline and about to have their schools on the timeline they set out. If you're going to open up this next year or a year and a half from now, you will have a strict timeline that you have to open up. And if you delay 2 months, that means you may have to wait another year. So my motion is that we just put it on the consent agenda and then come back and relook at this process in the future.
Thank you, Member Ruiz. Appreciate your insight. So Member Ruiz has moved to approve item 4D on the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Member
Wellborn.
Well, I'm getting a lot of feedback. So I have a second. I have a motion by Member Ruiz, a second by Member Wellborn. All in favor, please.
Can I ask?
Cal, sorry. Good,
President Narducci, this is Daniel. Before you call that vote, just so I'm clear as to what my options are. Failure to pass this motion would then we would entertain a second motion that would bring this back with some additional detail and discussion for next month to potentially approve or modify next month.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Baker.
Just like to point out that this money was never guaranteed to anyone, so no one should have a business plan that depends on this money. And I think a 5-year funding being delayed by 1 month so that we can have good information to make our decision is not unreasonable.
Thank you, Member Baker. Thank you, Member Core, for clarification. I have a motion and I have a second.
Yeah, just to maybe clarify, Member Burton was in front of me though. She had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see Member Burton on my screen. Sorry, Member Burton.
That's okay. President Narducci, members, I just want to point out, I had a lot of the same questions that Member Baker, actually that all the members raised, and thank you all for bringing up my concerns. I did look at the materials provided by the department about the grant, and under further eligibility, I think it's item 8. Or number 8, it says if a school states in its plan that it will serve at least 40% disadvantaged students, which I agree is too low, and I want to know if we can change that. But it says it intends to locate and it does not contain 40% low-income families. The school's award will be placed on hold until it can demonstrate an enrollment of at least 40%. And I think that's important, and I think if anything, the schools needs to be put on notice that this is important. I was also concerned. I appreciate there were a couple of rural schools, but from what I'm hearing, the need is so great in those areas, and I actually would have liked to have seen more that focused on high school, since high school graduation was an important component of this grant. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Member Burton.
President Narducci, President Core, members, I just want to interject for 1 second just to make sure that this one piece of information is clear. The subrecipients that met the requirements met the grant requirements as they currently exist. So the only thing I would bring forward is that in order to, I guess my question would be, we would have to then create different grant requirements and run the entire process again in order to resolve some of the questions that you and concerns that you have for this grant cycle. So delaying a month for further information could certainly allay some of your questions for future grant cycles. But I guess my concern is that the department is meeting the federal requirements and how they implement this grant. These subrecipients, potential, have met those requirements as stated federally. There were not a significant number of applications. There were not high schools that applied that didn't get the funding that met the requirements. So my concern is I just want to be clear. Technically speaking, I'm imagining that the department would have to run a different grant process, which would be more than just delaying a month. So I guess I would just ask what the outcome would be of having an additional month, because as it stands, the way the grant is operating, it is meeting its federal requirements, and these subrecipients have met those requirements as stated. And so I don't know how to resolve these concerns.
I have one question for Kate. Is the 40% a federal requirement, and would the state be able to change that in the future?
So my understanding, I'm sorry, President Narducci, Vice President Corps, Member Burton, my understanding, yes, is that that's a federal requirement. Whether it's possible for us in future grant cycles to change or adjust those requirements, and would it be possible for us to potentially do other things like really do some reaching out to other entities that may be in more rural high school? That's possible. I certainly think that there might be some possibilities there. Whether we could make those things apply to this grant cycle, I would say no, unless what you're saying is, as a board, basically is that this isn't valid. And I think that the grant process as it exists is at least valid. It meets the federal requirements. The other piece I would say, and it's not relevant necessarily to the questions you've asked, but it might add just another piece of information. All of these subrecipients have been audited by our grants management system. Every single entity went under a full audit this past year to look at how the funds are being spent, to ensure that they still meet the requirements, as Member Burton mentioned, to make sure that they are still meeting the threshold of the number of students in poverty that are being served. There is very high level of transparency at the department around how the funds are being used and the progress of these entities towards meeting that goal of closing the achievement gap for students in these subgroups. So I did want that to be known. I am very much aware of that process and have been part of those audits this past year.
Thank you, Kate. So we do have a motion and we do have a second. And in no means are we commenting on the validity and or the goodness of the program. We believe that the validity of the program is fantastic. The goodness in the communities that it needs to serve are fantastic. All comments were specific. And with the motion and the second, so the motion is to approve item 4D. I'll ask everybody to unmute. And remember, the alternative is if we don't approve, that we would come back in February for further explanation. But what we heard now is possibly that we would have to go through a new grant cycle with new specifics. And whether or not that's doable in a short term versus a long term, I don't know. I agree with Cal's comments that, this is a grant, and until it's awarded, you don't have it in your coffers. But I also agree with Member Ruiz, if these applicants have demonstrated sufficiently to the panel that they presented to, that they are going to be opening in the areas that they need to and serving the communities that the specifics say that they're supposed to serve, that they had met the current requirements. So it's a little bit muddy, but with the motion and the second, I will ask people to unmute and turn your videos on. And all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
And I am opposed as well. So I
President
think we have-
Narducci,
Yes.
this is Daniel. If I could just explain my vote. I was prepared up until about 5 minutes ago to vote no, but I think it was compelling the fact that we would have to potentially delay the entire, like reopen the grant process in its entirety. And I don't think anyone was casting aspersions on the organizations earning this grant. It was who they're serving, right? Not who's doing the serving, but who's being served by these grants. And I think our collective unanimous desire to make sure that the most in need are in fact the front of the line to be served. And I hope that we can take a look at the criteria moving forward and encourage the outcome, encourage the behavior that I believe we are all looking for. And that is most in need being at the front of the line to be served. So I just appreciate the opportunity to explain my vote, President Narducci.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. Member Burton.
Yeah, I'd like to just give a brief explanation of my vote. I was very similar to where Dr. Kaur was. And I'd like to see next time we visit this item, I'd like to see it as a presentation, not on the consent agenda, because I do have a lot of questions, and I understand that a number of these schools haven't even opened yet. So I think this time next year, we'll be able to have some of those answers pretty quickly. So I would like to just make note that I'd like to see it as a presentation, not on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Member Burton. Member Mack.
I'm very similar to Dr. Kaur and Member Burton, but I would like to see, I think it's not too late. I think we can still ask for a presentation. We can still ask for follow-up. We can still ask to see the rubrics from this time around to help inform future decisions. So I would, I think that would be a great next step. And then the other thing is, I understand the initial grant was written for 40 opening charter schools. So I just was curious about the definition of opening versus expansion. So I see some are like expansions versus opening, but maybe I don't have the language right. And so maybe it's just a more of an elaboration of that would be very helpful to inform me. And then the other thing is, I think to Dr. Kaur's point, we really want this in good faith. I mean, we're making the decision in good faith that we are hopefully going to impact exactly who we want to impact. And so, and maybe it would be helpful to be able to follow up and put in interim, I'm sure that's built into the grant, but maybe follow up to us regarding like, how are they closing that achievement gap? Who exactly are they serving? And how is that achievement gap? And I think, and more, not so much for like our, not so much for our point, because it's ADE's jurisdiction to monitor the implementation of the grant, but more, I'm more interested to see, like, I'm fascinated by like this STEM program, right, in Avondale. I'm fascinated by the outdoor program in Page and the arts program in Cottonwood. And I want to see, I'm curious to see, like, is there promising practices there that we can leverage and innovate from? And so I think which ones are really achieving outstanding success with their school populations. And so I think some follow-up would be really, hopeful for us to hear about. So thank you for all you do. And please, I hope it's, like President Narducci said, it's nothing against, we believe fully everything's being met. But I just think, so if we could just, we just inform inform us or me. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Matt. Anybody else wish to explain their vote? So the motion to approve item 4D is passed. The only comment that I have with respect to my no vote is I agree with the yes votes. We need to move forward and have it. However, I am not a person, just because it was done one way in the past, agrees that it needs to be done this way now. And then also, secondly, it rubbed me wrong that we only had 15 applicants and 10 were accepted, when I know that there's a heck of a lot of folks out there that probably needed more help in the application process. So that's my primary concern was not that there was any specific or intentional application process that was followed to the disadvantage of another. I just think to have 15 applicants and 10 accepted and that many of the same expansion schools from a corporate standpoint just didn't feel good to me. It was a feel good no vote, but I agree with the yes votes to make this move forward. And thank you very much, Kate, and to ADE.
Thank you.
Can I just add that absolutely support the intent here. My only concern is this presents an opportunity to really target critical needs in our state. And I'm just not sure that we're making the best advantage, or we're taking the best advantage of this opportunity. And I would like a report sooner rather than later on some of those issues I asked about. Are they being located in high poverty areas? Are they being located in areas where there is a lack of opportunity, where there's a lot of DNF schools? And if we could have that, that would be helpful information. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Baker. And with that in mind, if we could schedule something like that in close proximity to the next or the following board meeting, this way we can get a jump start on looking at this program and how it's done and whatever mechanisms we need to follow in order to help this program help ADE and help the program and help the recipients and the communities which we serve be better with the money that we have. That would be fantastic. So Alicia and Catcher, I'll leave that to you guys to plan with ADE and then put it on an agenda item as soon as possible so we can actually have a presentation of how we can help move this program more effectively forward. With that, we'll move off of item 4 and I thank everybody for their participation in that discussion. I think it was the longest consent item discussion that we've had. We'll move on to item number 5 on the agenda, which is a call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on items on today's general session. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Director Williams, have we received any requests to speak?
President Arducci, we have received no requests to speak for this agenda item.
Thank you. We will move on to the general session and agenda item number 6. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Narducci. Just want to check the time's 11:10. So we've been having a meeting for an hour and 10 minutes. Does anyone need to take a 5-minute break before Deputy Chief of Staff Whitney Marsh presents on item 6A? Because I do anticipate it's going to be a longer presentation.
Why don't we just call it? Let's call a 5-minute break and we'll go from there.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. We're on a 5-minute break.
Jessica, please mute everybody. Thank you. President Narducci, if we could just remind board members to turn their video on once they're back from the break so that we can ensure that we have a quorum.
Sounds great. Is that a reminder or do I need to repeat?
That was a pleasant reminder.
All board members, make sure your video is on and your mic is off so we can make sure we have a quorum. Thank you so much.
President Narducci, we do have 7 members with their video on, so it is a quorum. So you may proceed with this next agenda item, which is 6A, presentation discussion of update on the Empowerment Scholarship Accounts Program. And we have Deputy Director Marsh, who will be presenting on this. Whitney, if you just want to let staff know when to go to the next slide, Jessica will control all that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, President Narducci, members of the board. Thank you for having me this morning to present on the Empowerment Scholarship Account Program updates and Q2 report. I've met many of you in my prior roles, but for the record, I'm Whitney Marsh, Deputy Chief of Staff at the Arizona Department of Education. I've been in this role for just over a year now, where I oversee school finance, data governance, and IT, and have been supporting ESA with policy implementation as we have had an all hands on deck approach. I'm sorry, did someone say something? Yep. So I've been supporting ESA with policy implementation as we've had an all hands on deck approach when it comes to this program. As I walk through the next few slides, I'm hoping to give you a little insight as to why it has required such an effort. Next slide, please. Oh, no, we're on the right slide. Thank you. To start off, I would like to lay the foundation. Now, I know most of you are familiar with the Empowerment Scholarship Account Program, or ESA, as it's referred to. It's an account administered by ADE that provides state funding directly to families to provide a customized education for qualified students as defined by state law. The annual award amount is equal to 90% of the state formula funding that would have otherwise been generated by the school district or charter school the student previously attended. Funds in the account can be used for private school tuition, support for home-based education, tutoring, therapies. The Treasurer's Office manages the banking for the program and holds the contract with the financial management vendor. Historically, we have given account holders debit cards to make purchases. Then at the end of every quarter, they submit all of their receipts for review. The ESA program was the first of its kind nationally, and while similar programs have been authorized in other states since, it remains the most flexible in terms of eligibility and use of funds. Next slide, please. Now, before I get into what we've been up to over the last 6 months, it's important to go over some of the key program milestones to provide the board an understanding and some context of how we got to where we are today and why it still feels like we are building this program 10 years in. I didn't include every attempt to expand or legislative change, just those milestones that have had a significant impact on administration of the program. So this year will be the 10th anniversary for when the program was first authorized in 2011, when it was approved by the legislature for students with disabilities. The following year, in 2012, the legislature expanded the eligibility categories to include several other populations of students, which are listed in later slides. 2016 was the program's first performance audit by the State Auditor General's Office. The audit had several findings, primarily that the department had been inconsistent in its monitoring for misspending and recommending that the department strengthen its program oversight. During the 24-month audit follow-up in 2018, the Auditor General's Office found that several issues had not been addressed and that transaction data for fiscal year 2018 included more than 900 successful transactions at unapproved merchants, totaling more than $700,000 in misspent funds. It's important to note that there was also a backlog of about 40,000 expense reports that had not been reviewed. If you remember, account holders have a debit card, and at the end of every quarter, they submit a collection of their receipts that then have to be reviewed line by line for compliance. There were 40,000 of these that had been backlogged. So Superintendent Hoffman was elected in 2018, and knowing the situation with the audit findings and recommendations and the backlog, the program was in dire condition. And in the first few months of her term, she convened the ESA task force, including stakeholders such as the Treasurer's Office, the Governor's Office, involved advocacy organizations, and ESA parents. The outcome of that task force was consensus to replace debit cards with a new financial management vendor that would provide for pre-approval of purchases instead of after purchase review of expenses. An RFP was issued by the Treasurer's Office in June with the intent of this change being threefold. One, to provide certainty to parents that the state would not come back at a future date and require repayment for purchases they had already made in the past with their debit cards. It would also reduce the opportunities for fraud and eliminate the resource-intensive expense report review process. The contract was ultimately awarded to the Treasurer's Office, or by the Treasurer's Office, excuse me, to ClassWallet. And then 2020 was a very busy year with everything else going on. The ClassWallet transition began in January with a phased approach. The simplest accounts transition first, this primarily using funds for private school tuition only. The final phase was supposed to happen in October, was delayed until June 30th to allow us time to work out some of the gaps in the current system and limit disruption for students and families. In March of 2020, Senate Bill 2024 was passed, making several changes to administration of the program, including permitting this board to adopt rules for the ESA program. One of the milestones that I failed to include in 2020 was the Goldwater lawsuit that was filed in early 2020 on behalf of several ESA parents claiming that the department was inconsistent in its administration of the program and that its parent handbook constituted policy that should have gone through rulemaking. This lawsuit was ultimately dismissed by the courts, but it did influence the provisions of Senate Bill 1224. So during this time, the program was also undergoing a special audit, which released in April and included an extensive list of recommendations for ADE, some continuing from prior audits and others new. Then in October, as you know, this board adopted an expansive rules package with some of the provisions effective November 1st, most of them effective January 1st, giving us a very tight window to implement. So as you can see, there's been a lot going on in ESA. Next slide, please. So in all these changes are happening in the policies that govern administration of the program, we are also seeing amazing growth in caseloads. We now have nearly 10,000 students in the program and are responsible for monitoring an estimated $138 million in spending this year alone. Next slide, please. Our applications remain consistent between the years of 2017 and 2020, but we have seen a huge jump just in the first half of this year. As the pandemic has drastically altered public school offerings, we saw a 200% increase in applications during the month of July as compared to last July, 2019. You can see we have already exceeded our total number of applications received for fiscal year 2020, and we will continue to accept applications until Q4. Next slide, please. Oh, thanks. So we are very grateful to our ESA program that has faced this level of growth while building new teams and systems over the last year. We have a Deputy Associate Superintendent, Carla Escobar, who leads 2 managers who oversee 9 specialists that review applications, 5 call center specialists that provide customer service, and 6 account specialists who monitor account spending and expense reports. Several of these positions have been added over the last 12 months, and I must give them credit for the amount of effort that they have put into documenting their existing and new processes, all in response to these legislative and policy changes during this time and their commitment to improvement. Next slide, please. Okay, so now that I've given you a history of the program, let's get to the purpose of the presentation to update you on where we are at in development and implementation of the new rules. Copies of the relevant policies and procedures have been provided in advance and are part of your packet. Taking them a little out of order because the quarterly report was first, but we're going to go through the policy updates first in this presentation. Please interrupt if you have any questions. So first, the database of approved expenses is now available on the website. It's essentially a PDF version of an Excel file that includes a running list of thousands of items that have been determined to be allowable for either all ESAs or specifically for students with disabilities. The database will be updated as needed and will indicate the last date of revision with the revised items either added or removed, highlighted, or noted in the document. Next, the ESA team has also documented and shared with you the accounts team procedures for reviewing and approving purchases in ClassWallet, as well as the process for reviewing and approving expense reports for those still using debit cards. After listening to the concerns of parents and state board members at the November meeting, the team made changes to their process for reviewing supplementary materials. We believe this has resolved much of the concerns that had been raised in that area, but we continue to seek feedback for improvement. It's also important to note here that the ESA team works very closely with our Assistant Attorney General in reviewing purchase requests and expense reports. In fact, the department's one assistant AG spends approximately 50% or more of her time just on ESA, a lot of that time spent in reviewing these requests. You will also find in your packet the procedure describing ESA program staff expectations for customer service, including the performance benchmarks, call recording standards, and process for reviewing call recordings and evaluating timeliness and quality and satisfaction. The policy and procedure describing the process for annual review, revision, and updates to the ESA Parent Handbook is included as well. The proposed revisions to 2021-2022 are due to the board March 1st. We currently have the Redline Handbook on the ESA webpage with instructions and a form to submit written comments, which will close February 3rd. In addition, we have shared the proposed changes with the Parent Advisory Council and we'll discuss at their next meeting, which is scheduled for this Wednesday. A summary of that feedback will be included with the proposed changes by March 1st. Within the quarterly report, you will find information on how the department will collect parent feedback and take action in response. We have formalized these processes, establishing a Parent Advisory Council, conducting electronic surveys, and soliciting written comments. Our first survey had over 1,000 responses, and we had over 100 parents apply for the 10 positions on the Parent Advisory Council. We have seen in the public comments at your meetings, there is demand for a forum, and we hope to provide more robust options for that discussion moving forward. And last but not least, the rules require the department to provide training to parents on the financial management platform, ClassWallet. The first of these trainings took place January 15th and had approximately 350 participants. They will be offered several times a year. The department has requested that the Parent Advisory Council also review the training content and provide feedback so that we can recommend enhancements to ClassWallet to make it as effective as possible. Next slide, please. So the rules require us to provide you a quarterly report. The dates of those quarters are included. Today we'll be sharing the second quarter report. The topics covered in the report are listed here, and I will go through a high-level summary on the next slide. Next slide, please. This chart shows you eligibility or enrollment by eligibility category. There are currently 9,718 active accounts, with the majority qualifying under the students with special needs category, followed then by siblings and military families. Next slide, please. This chart shows enrollment by grade. See, it's fairly consistent, but the highest enrollment is in grades 3 and 4. Next slide, please. This shows the annual award amounts. Most students are in the $6,000 to $7,000 range, but the average is $14,000, which you can see is being pulled up by the number of students in the $25,000 to $30,000 range. As mentioned earlier, this is calculated at the student level based on the state formula that weights funding based on student characteristics, including grade level and disability category for those students with unique needs. Next slide, please. This represents the number of applications received in Q2. So there were 904 received total, and the reasons for denial for those that were denied are also listed here and in the report. The average number of days to process an application during Q2 was 2.8 days, and 4 out of the 904 applications exceeded the 45-day deadline for returning that response. Next slide, please. In future reports, we will have more information on feedback collected and our action steps. But for this first report, we're highlighting steps taken to conduct parent outreach. Specifically, the ESA team has established and distributed last week for the first time a quarterly newsletter to give parents important information. A customer service survey is now included on all closed help desk requests. So a lot of those are questions or assistance asked for making purchases in ClassWallet or with applications. And there's now a general program survey available on the website at all times. And as mentioned earlier, we've launched a parent advisory council. We held an orientation in December, and then we'll have a meeting this Wednesday. Next slide, please. This section of the report provides information on the number of accounts in each of the financial management platforms. So we have Bank of America and ClassWallet running simultaneously right now because we haven't transitioned the last group of account holders over to ClassWallet. There are actually some Bank of America accounts included in this total that are not active, but are still technically open. The parents don't have access to the debit cards. They can't use the debit cards, but it's showing up in the total, which is why if you add the two columns together, it's more than the 9,718 number that we've given you. As of January 4th, there are 1,339 vendors in ClassWallet. We continue working with parents to identify the most effective ways for reaching out to prospective vendors to get them registered and finding solutions within the ClassWallet platform for those who are not registered. All accounts will be transitioned to ClassWallet by July 1. There will no longer be a Bank of America debit card option as of July 1. Next slide, please. So after hearing from concerned parents about the ClassWallet transition, and thanks a lot to the State Board of Ed staff and relaying some of those concerns they were hearing during the rulemaking process, but also including us in some of those meetings, we put out a survey in October to collect more input on the areas of concern that we had heard. A summary of the results are included in the report. Based on the feedback, we scheduled ClassWallet trainings focused on particular areas that were brought up repeatedly as needing more information. We are currently working with the Treasurer's Office and ClassWallet to explore all options for purchasing, including the possibility of debit cards being made available under certain circumstances within ClassWallet. And ClassWallet made several changes to their website to improve accessibility for those with visual and hearing impairments. All right, well, wow, that was a lot, and I made it through faster than I thought I was going to. Thank you for giving me the time. I know it was, it's our first time coming to you to present this quarterly report, and I gave you quite a bit of background information. We hope it was informative, but also give you a glimpse into the complexity of running this program and the effort that has been put forth by the ESA team with support from several other AD team members to build these systems while also managing their daily workload. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Whitney. Appreciate it. Fantastic presentation. And the ESA program, as we all know, is a very important program for many of our students and families throughout the state. And as we all saw from your presentation, what an increased, I'll call it a membership into the program, but needs that are being served by the program has occurred in the last year and a half. Let's open it up to member comments, questions, and discussion going forward. Member Baker?
Yes, thank you, President Narducci, members of the board, Whitney. Great information. Thank you so much. And I know that staff, both of ADE and the state board, have been working hard to be responsive to parent concerns and coming up with policies and procedures that work. And I want to say thank you for doing that. Two questions. One, I know that right now that the emphasis has been on making where we are at work and work well, but as the former superintendent of a really fast-growing school district, I was always trying to look, all right, so if we keep growing at this rate, 2, 3, 4 years from now, what's it going to be like? And will our systems that we have in place now still work when we have 2 or 3 times as many students as we have right now? So I would, at some point, I would like a look into the future and what's it going to look like if it continues to grow like it's growing. And then secondly, again, quite properly, the entire emphasis has been on let's make this thing work today with the right policies and procedures. But has there been any discussion about collecting data on just the general effectiveness of the program? There's a lot of money being spent here. There's a lot of change occurring. Is the program producing the desired results, specifically in regards to academics and student progress? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Baker. Whitney, do you want to talk
Thank
about
you.
any of that as we go forward?
President Narducci, Member Baker, thank you for the comments. So yeah, I think we'd be happy to look ahead. It has been a challenge because we've grown so much from year to year. I didn't mention, but I think everyone is aware that the transition between administrations has started under Superintendent Huppenthal and then Diane Douglas, and that has caused change. This program has been moved from one section of the department to another, trying to find the right fit. And as we look ahead, we are thinking about that long-term strategy and what the structure of the staff looks like, where it sits within the organization, and how we will be able to maintain a certain level of service. Because right now, looking at how we do, that was a lot of the push to move away from debit cards into something else, was that if this program becomes 20,000 students, we can't, what does that look like to review 20,000 quarterly reports, 4 times a year? So we are thinking ahead. I think we've, would take the opportunity to talk to the state board about that, looking forward. And then as far as collecting data on effectiveness of the program, we don't have any information on academic outcomes. We know how students are using their funds, whether they're attending private schools, which private schools they're attending, or if they're doing homeschool and using their funds for different resources to support that. But as of right now, there's no mechanism to understand the academic outcomes. Obviously, this is a school choice program, and it provides parents options. And so when you look at those programs, you ask, do parents have access to more options than they would have had without this? What is the parent satisfaction with the program? And so we're looking into how to, what metrics we should be following and tracking, so that we understand how we're doing administering the program, but also how it's working for students and families.
Thank you. Member Welborn.
Thank you, President Narducci and Vice President Core, members of the board. Whitney, I do appreciate there is so much information that you're trying to put into this report. A good chunk of it is valuable context for, you know, the changes and the scope and scale of what you're trying to do. But I would like to suggest that as you continue to work and hone this quarterly report, that you think about specifying what are your own performance benchmarks. So yes, we do want to have customer satisfaction, but it's not clear from this report, what are your own performance benchmarks? When you, for example, you have application processing time and you wrote that 99.54% are resolved in 45 business days. You know, is that the benchmark that you set for yourself in terms of processing applications, or is it something different? So that this is just one example for everything, all the work that you're doing to service ESAs, so that month to month, you can look at how you're doing the business of customer service, and you have your own indices that say, hey, we're doing a pretty good job. And then you also have the separate information of, well, what do the parents think we're doing a good job? So there's sort of two different buckets of information that you're using to inform your process. So that was my first point that I wanted to make. The other part is the database for allowable expenses. I think your intent there is to offer information to parents that is helpful so that when they're making purchase decisions, they can see if something's been already approved. But at present, the database is not in a very usable format. It, for example, a bare minimum might be to sort it out alphabetically so that people can easily look up an expense and see if it's been approved. So I bring up this example to say, when you produce something that's being used by the customer, to sit in the customer seat and say, well, how do I use this? Is it in a usable format? In that case, I would suggest that it could be tweaked to make it more usable. This quarterly report is intended to capture how you're managing customer service, and it says that you're addressing call recording standards. This is another area of, well, not only call recording standards, but also the process for reviewing your call recordings, evaluating your timelines of how people are served. How long does it take to get a ticket fixed? All these kinds of things, there should be quantifiable standards so that, again, you know how you're performing against your own standards. This kind of satisfaction survey, or measuring your quality and measuring customer satisfaction, is a standard practice in the business world. And it's also how we're starting to more manage our own world in the public education world. So I just wanted you to have the benefit of thinking how you might fine tune what is a lot of information to the most important elements of it. I hope I've been clear on that, and thank you very much for listening to my input.
Thank you, Member Wellborn.
Thank you, President Narducci and Member Wellborn. Really appreciate those comments, and we will take them seriously and incorporate them into the work that we're doing. On a couple of your points, one, so we have been working with the Government Transformation Office, referred to as GTO, which is a state, I think they're within the Department of Administration. They report to the governor's office, but they typically don't work with other electeds. And we've partnered with them, and they help provide support in establishing the policies and procedures, but also those metrics, those internal metrics. And so it's a continuous process. We started working with them in August and continue to work with them.
Thank you, Whitney.
Sorry, I have my 4th grader is using the microwave next to me. I had to ask her. Just a couple other things. So the database of approved expenses was required in the rules, and we got it together in pretty short order. We have gotten similar comments from parents, and so we will work to organize it in a more usable format. But it's supposed to be helpful, but it's also supposed to provide transparency, so that if the department has approved something for someone, everyone can see that. So if it doesn't get approved, there's some evidence of why it should have been. And then also, just to the last point about the customer service benchmarks, that's not part of the quarterly reports. So we are just providing an update because it's required of the rules that we adopt those performance benchmarks, giving you an update, providing you our current draft of the policy and procedure. But there are, as I mentioned, we're working with GTO to identify what those internal benchmarks and metrics will be to hold staff accountable. We're just trying to balance what's appropriate for sharing in a public forum and what is kept internal to the program as far as staff review. So we'll be happy to continue that discussion, provide more information as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. Can I ask a follow-up question? I didn't catch in your materials, is there a place in the report that defines what the scope of this report is to be? You indicated that the customer satisfaction is not intended to be part of this report. I'm not clear on exactly what is intended to be part of the report and what is not.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the last sentence, please?
I apologize for being confusing.
No.
It would be helpful to have a very specific definition of what is intended to be in this quarterly report, and what is the scope and scale of what you will be reporting to us on a going forward basis. You referred to one item that is not going to be in the quarterly report. So it would be helpful if we could have a clear definition of what is and what is not.
Thank you, President Narducci, Member Wellborn. On slide 8, it refers to the topics covered in the report, and those are actually established in the rules. So the rules say that the department shall submit a quarterly report to the board, and it includes information on students in the program, and then it specifies by eligibility category, annual award amounts, number of applications received, and days to process them, parent feedback and ADE response to parent feedback, information on the private financial management firm, so how many accounts are in each of the financial management platforms and how they're used, and then other requests from the board. So right now you're asking about updates on internal benchmarks or policies and procedures on customer service. If you wanted to see that in our next quarterly report, that would fall under the other requests from the board.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I think it would make sense for then us to work with staff at the state board to formalize our requests rather than willy-nilly just throw things at you. So I think that would be a more appropriate process. Thank you very much, Whitney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wellborn and Whitney. Good discussion and comments. Any other board questions or discussion for Whitney?
I've got a couple. It's Member Burton.
Okay, Member Burton.
I thank you, President Narducci, members of the board. I just want to also thank Whitney for this really outstanding presentation, and thank your ESA program team. I know they've been very hard at work taking new applications, as well as probably helping you get this material together. So I appreciate that. I just have two quick questions. One is, you mentioned that there are many new positions in the last 12 months. Is your team full? Are all those positions full at this time? That's my first question. And then the second is regarding the Parent Advisory Council meetings. Are those open to the public for viewing?
Thank you, President Narducci and Member Burton. I'll start with the last one. The Parent Advisory Council meetings are not open to the public as this board meeting is, but they are open to other parents in the program, so other account holders, and they can register to attend. They can also request to speak, so we have allotted time in the Parent Advisory Councils for other parents and stakeholders to provide comment to the Department of Education during those meetings. But we're not live streaming them. We're using Zoom, and so participants do have to pre-register to attend.
Yeah, that was that's great. I was just want to make sure that as many parents could participate as possible. So thank you.
And then I missed your first question, and I didn't write it down. I'm sorry.
Oh, my first question was if your ESA program team is now, have all the positions been filled? I know for a while there were a number that weren't, that was very early in the process. And I just wanted to, if you could give me an update on where you are with positions being filled.
Thank you, President Narducci and Member Burton. Not all the positions are filled. We did get almost completely full. And then I think we might have 2 or 3 vacant positions right now. I haven't been updated in the last month, but there was a call center specialist vacancy, and then there were maybe 2 education program specialists or program specialists vacancies. And but the team has been quick to fill those new positions because, as you can see, there is demand for help with the caseload.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Member Burton. And again, thank you, Whitney. Any other discussion or comment regarding ESA for Whitney? Hearing none. I appreciate that very much. Thank you again, Whitney. Keep up the good work. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 6B. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Narducci. Item 6B is a presentation, discussion, and possible action, although there's no action recommended for you today, on the distance learning plan implementation review findings. And we have Chief of Staff Kate Wright back with us to present. And Jessica will work the PowerPoint for you, Kate, so just feel free to tell her next slide when you're ready.
Thanks, Alicia. President Narducci, Vice President Core, members, thank you for having me this afternoon. We're almost 5 minutes shy of this afternoon here on Monday. This presentation is in direct response to questions that I received from the January update. And so there was a request at that time for some additional information around implementation. I shared a spreadsheet that was that included the narrative responses that were received in the review, which I think were helpful in providing a little more information instead of just the numbers and percentages that we shared in January. And what I'll do this afternoon, morning, is just walk through some of those pieces of evidence and some potential best practices and potential innovations that could have come from the information we learned through this review. Next slide. So just a quick review that the reason that we did the distance learning plan implementation review was because, per the executive order, the Department of Education would take a look at a sample of plans. We looked at approximately 50 They were representative across the state, and the number that we looked at per county were reflected the number of schools within that county. Next slide. We do have the opportunity per the executive order to continue to look at distance learning plans throughout the school year. That's certainly an option that we could take. We have not at this time looked at any in addition to the 50 initial that we started in the fall. Next slide. Just a quick reminder that the evidence that we reviewed were the attendance rosters. We looked at social and emotional learning that was being presented. These were components of the distance learning plans. We looked at meeting the needs of students with disabilities, meeting the needs of our English learners. And then in addition, we looked at information that the LEAs shared in regards to benchmark assessments, which were a requirement of the executive order. Next slide. So some of these pieces, there's not a whole lot of information to really dig deep into. Attendance is one of those. We asked our LEAs to submit attendance based on 1 week during the fall. And we received pretty standard attendance rosters. So many of them came from their student information systems. They were spreadsheets or charts. There was no personal identifiable information for students, so that was removed or redacted. But we were able to see that they were accurately, or at least in a normal way, taking attendance during the times that they were still in distance learning. And so at this point, all of our LEAs would have been in distance learning prior. Well, many. This was after August 17th. So we were finding that many of them were at least in hybrid, if not full distance learning. One of the observations is that while it was very clear that our LEAs were taking attendance, in many cases it was difficult to determine if individual students were in person or distance learning. And that's just the nature of their student information systems, not being able to distinguish that on a roster that they could submit to us. Next slide. However, we have had a meeting with our audit team to really understand what it looks like for them to be looking at audits and attendance through the lens of an audit for this school year. So they have confirmed with us that through the audit process, LEAs who are in the regular audit review for this year will have to provide supporting evidence in addition to rosters to demonstrate that the percentage of students in distance learning versus in-person learning is accurate to what they've shared with the school finance team throughout this school year. So there is another layer of accountability for attendance that is in place at the department level. One potential future innovation is the ability to track distance instruction separate from AOI within student information systems and the AZ system. And that is something that we're talking about internally at ADE. Next slide. I think some of the more interesting information came around this piece and our benchmark piece as well. All of the LEAs had to include in their distance learning plan an explanation of how they would provide social emotional learning while distance, in distance setting. So LEAs did this through submitting a narrative, which you've had access to, which explained what they were providing in terms of SEL to both staff and students. When reviewing the information, I think it was clear that most LEAs provided a pretty significant summary of what they were doing in this regard. And I was pleased to see that almost every LEA did mention utilizing school counselors and/or social workers as part of this process, which was good to see, especially as we know that that's a focus of funding and really of support within our schools. Some LEAs, just on a flip side, did focus some of the professional learning more on online instruction as opposed to SEL. So I think there is an opportunity for professional learning from the department on the distinction of SEL versus best practices for online instruction. But overall, when I reviewed the data, it was evident that our LEAs were making an attempt to meet the mental health needs of their students and staff. Next slide. What I did put here is in addition to school counselors and social workers. I think some promising practices were demonstrated through the data that we collected. For example, Bullhead City focused on adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, which we know is a leading and prominent factor in professional learning. And so I was pleased to see Thatcher Unified School District focused on trauma-informed schools training. They also used a program called Go Zen for anxiety and stress. And this is something that we didn't see across the board and could potentially be a promising practice. Paloma Elementary School had weekly SEL classes for 3rd and 7th grades and included suicide prevention training for staff. We also found that Barba Kavari did trust-based relational interventions, which is a program I looked into just a little bit to see, and I think that's something that's scalable as well. And San Carlos used success coaches. And before I say next slide, I would just ask you to take a look at the LEAs that are on this slide. And what is stood out to me is that these are small rural LEAs, and they tended to be somewhat innovative in what they shared in this data collection, which I think that in and of itself is promising as well. Next slide. Yuma Elementary was using some programs that we are a little more familiar with, Kids at Hope, Capturing Kids' Heart, but we thought it was promising that they were being included in the description. Again, Morenci mentioned Link Spring PD, which has come to the attention of the department. That's through Cognia Learning, which is ongoing and personalized learning for teachers. And Phoenix Union High School talked about an SEL task force that they put in place, which could also be something that would be promising. Next slide. Thinking about potential innovations, because I think one of the desires of the board based on the January meeting is what could we learn and what might we take forward in this learning. Possibly ADE could consider convening a panel discussion based on some of these best practices or out of the box approaches to implementing SEL. And I think that's something that we could easily do as a potential innovation to sort of further the discussion around social emotional learning. Next slide. In regards to meeting the needs of students with disabilities, this was also a little more like attendance. It was a sort of check the box kind of part of our compliance check. They submitted student service logs. Nearly all LEAs submitted the appropriate service logs. They were redacted for PPI, but they included the information that we would expect to see in a regular school year, which I think was encouraging. And our ESS team did a review and did not indicate that there were any concerns in what was submitted here. Again, ESS will complete their regular and required annual monitoring, and this will be part of that work. So that's another way for us to continue to look at the needs of students with disabilities. Next slide. Meeting the needs of English learners was also one of the areas where a narrative was not submitted for evidence, but lesson plans were. As far as observations, while nearly all LEAs submitted lesson plans, the specificity in those plans varied greatly. And for anyone in this meeting who has looked at lesson plans, you probably would expect that to be the case. In some cases, it was difficult to determine the differentiation language supports being provided, although I will say, and I say this as a prior English EL teacher myself, I could see that there were standards included, which is what we look for. So there was standards and some sense of differentiation applied. One little concern is that in some cases, supports for ELs were the same as supports for students with disabilities, which is not best practice. So I think there's an opportunity for first professional learning there. Next slide. The Office of English Language Acquisition Services is knee-deep in their annual monitoring, and some of them overlap with the LEAs that we were looking at for distance learning. So they are aware, and there is, as far as potential innovations, the opportunity for best practices to be shared at our upcoming practitioners of EL meetings that happens twice a year, and lots of opportunities for professional learning, which that team is already very on top of. Next slide. Benchmark assessments was other area I thought that was interesting in the sense that that was an ask as a narrative to be submitted. So it gave us just a little more information than just to check the box. LEA submitted narratives that explained how and which benchmarks were implemented. They were implemented both in person and remotely, which we know creates some challenges in uniformity. Some LEAs used Google Classroom for this online implementation, so teachers could virtually proctor, and in some cases, students were back in classrooms and they could be done in person. Next slide. These are just some of the examples that I pulled out of the spreadsheet. I can tell you that NWEA MAP and Galileo are some of those that are offered more consistently across all grades or across multiple grades and multiple LEAs. And the department has directly reached out to both of those vendors to ask them for specific information regarding the LEAs who gave those assessments this fall. Hopeful that we'll get information from those vendors that might further inform the benchmark process and benchmark results across the state. Next slide. So some potential innovations around benchmark assessments. We are very aware that effective formative assessments will play a tremendous role in COVID recovery. that determining appropriate student interventions and acceleration strategies are going to come from the information collected through formative assessments, whether it be benchmarks, like I listed on the slide before this, or whether it just be a multitude of other ways we can collect formative information. So we do think there's a potential for a formative assessment collaborative that could be convened from members of LEAs across the state to share ideas and research and resources. And one of the reasons that I think the timing of this, should we do this in the spring, would be really appropriate is that our LEAs are about to get a second influx of ESSER money through ESSER 2, and an investment in effective formative instruction or formative assessments could be very important. And also understanding some of these best practices could help to guide those decisions. Additional information. So there was a last section in the narrative that I shared through the spreadsheet that asked LEAs anything else they wanted to tell the department when they submitted their data. And so I just shared a little of this. You could see the full results or full responses in the spreadsheet, but some that I think stood out to me. Humboldt indicated that they plan to fully utilize AOI across K-12 based on the success that they found in distance learning. Eloy Elementary students, as this is a direct quote, are very resilient. This community has rallied around our efforts to educate our students during this pandemic. Next slide. Again, Thatcher Unified School District observed that the number of their students enrolled in distance learning reduced as students had the opportunity to choose to come back in person, which we've heard from LEAs across the state. Pierce Elementary School District said, we feel we found a good balance, a great balance for everyone, but even still it has taken a toll on even our brightest students, which again, I think reflects much of the feedback we've received. And Tuba City, and I think this really is important because we know that this part of our state has been greatly impacted by COVID, shared our community, Tuba City, Arizona has been substantially impacted by the coronavirus-19 epidemic. Our community also is impacted by lack of broadband infrastructure, transportation issues, internet connectivity, and poverty. So, I think we've talked a little bit here, even when we looked at the distance learning plan, about equity and the fact that we know that some of our communities have been hit extremely and extraordinarily hard by COVID. So that is something that the department is spending a lot of time looking at as far as solutions, particularly with our reservation schools who have been in distance learning for almost the past full year. Next slide. So at this point, and I know I did a quick speed walkthrough, those are some of that's the next step with the distance learning plan implementation. We tried to take it just a step deeper and give you a little more information, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Kate. Very, very much appreciate it. I'll raise it to board discussion. Questions? Let me see.
I have one. It's Member
Okay.
Broussard.
Member Broussard.
Hi, Katie. So I just have a question about the attendance piece and how, our districts don't really have a way that we can communicate and delineate virtual attendance versus in-person attendance, and what that attendance is really counting. Is it counting a check-in? Is it counting participation? Is it, is there, we're all hoping that this doesn't last for too much longer and that we can get our kids back into the classroom where some real learning can occur. But is there any way that, is ADE looking at any way where we can delineate that attendance and participation? I think that would be some interesting data and would help aid schools in figuring out the best way to take attendance during all of this.
President Narducci, Vice President Kaur, Member Broussard, I think you've raised a good question in the sense that it is, there is not a standard way that attendance has been taken across the state. It does vary depending both on whether you're looking at elementary school, fully distance, hybrid learning, high school, and what has been asked for them to be able to determine whether or not their students have been in person. And as they reported to the department, it's per hour. It can vary across the week, what it looks like per student. And we at the department just collect school level information. We don't collect it by individual student. But there is a desire to have more information around attendance of the department for both the reason that the question that you expressed, but in addition, we've had a lot of questions around students that were previously enrolled but no longer engaged. Students who are sometimes engaged but not consistently engaged. And so having a better method of attendance would allow for us to do more work with that, which is a significant concern. I can't overemphasize what a concern that is. So yes, we are looking at ways to be able to provide more uniform and better attendance processes, particularly in the data we get at the department level.
Okay, yeah, just because I think that there's an opportunity here where we don't want to put undue harsh restrictions on our schools and guidelines that prohibit things, but I think some guidance from the state, being able to look at that data and provide some guidance on the very issues that you presented and that I mentioned would be helpful, because I know that a lot of districts and schools are struggling with it. Even some of those schools that have, are at the top of our metrics are having trouble staying in contact and supporting those students who are at home, a good percentage of them, mine included. So just to have the ability to, or some insight on the ability of what's working around the state and as far as engaging those kids and what isn't. I mean, we know technology is a huge one and access to it, and but if there's anything else. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Broussard.
Thank you, Member Baker.
Thank you, President Narducci, members of the board, Kate. Great information. Thank you. A question and then a comment. Question: as a professional educator, as you obviously spent a lot of time on this, do you have one or two key takeaways from all the thinking that you've done and all the observing that you've done on this? And then secondly, I appreciate the reality that the data you've given us can only be reports of what people are doing. There's no collection of data yet in terms of effectiveness. So I look forward to when we have hard academic data and can say, oh, look at this charter school, this school district somehow was able to maintain learning in spite of all that was going on. What did they do? But anyway, back to the first day. Is there anything that you took away that you can share with us?
President Narducci, Member Baker, I love that question, and I hope I can do it justice in my response without thinking ahead of time. But one of the things that really struck me in collecting data the way that we did, which was ensuring we had at least one LEA from each of our counties, and knowing that just that process provided some pretty rural communities and some feedback there, is the sense that I was very happy to see that there was a lot going on at a lot of attempts at learning and outside of the box at some of our, smaller and what we might think less resourced LEAs. I think I would have assumed that maybe our bigger LEAs, and we did have plenty of those, we have large unified districts. They gave us everything we needed. They had multiple people on staff reaching out to make sure we had what we needed. But even at our smaller LEAs where the superintendent, him or herself, were the one calling and providing the data, it's what they were doing that was impressive, right? I think what I was happy to see in this was not what we can't do. Well, we didn't give you this because we didn't find a way to do this. Instead, every LEA gave us what they were doing, and there was a lot more to it than I think I expected. So I guess from that, the takeaway is how important it's going to be to listen to each other and to do those things like you mentioned, find out what was working based on the data we can collect from any kind of assessment we have this spring. What Member Broussard mentioned, which is hearing from our LEAs about what worked best for attendance, but really the value in that collaboration and hearing from, really being aware at the department level of hearing from all voices around the state. And I think we have that opportunity because we've been forced to be so virtual for the last year to make sure that we're getting ideas that, pulling out of parts of our state that maybe didn't come to Phoenix all the time to tell us what they were doing. Well, I want to know what everybody's doing because I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn from our LEAs across the state and really be a good listener over the next several months as we do want to take these pieces forward. One of the things we talk a lot about with even our other state partners is this idea of not returning to normal, air quotes, like we're not going to just parachute back into this 2018-19 school year. I think pandemic resiliency is going to be important. Member Broussard said, we certainly hope we've got kids back in classrooms sooner than later, but we know we've got a lot of adjustments to make over the next indefinite time period. And so being aware of what was working, taking those pieces forward is going to be really critical.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Member Baker. Member Mack.
President Narducci, members, thank you, Kate, for the presentation. I'm also wondering, thinking ahead, is ADE thinking about guidance regarding how to handle assessments in the spring, conversations about the unfinished learning that happened in the fall, getting input from the field about how are we going to handle tutoring, how are we going to handle summer, credit recovery, graduation. I think this is top of mind right now. And because really, like I'm sure every district and school is doing it differently, but there's a lot of unfinished learning and how do we assess that formatively? And just thinking ahead, how can we provide that support? But then I think you also mentioned that per statute, there's also the opportunity to continue to collect information and data. And so thinking about how to support schools preemptively, wondering how that would, and attendance ties into the assessment piece as well, like what kind of supports or guidance are we going to give schools regarding, let's say, presumably some kids will remain online, right? How does that look? And so just painting a picture of how that looks for the spring, kind of anticipating.
President Narducci, Member Mack, I would just say yes to your questions. So we started weekly educator leader calls or education leader calls last Wednesday. We will be having half-hour calls every single Wednesday with every superintendent or charter leader in the state who wants to join. They're at 3 p.m. Assessment is a standing topic. We started last week with sharing that data. We will be supporting our education leaders weekly on that topic to help them think through how to meet, at this point, both federal and state requirements. So there have been no waivers for the assessment piece. So we are required at both the federal and the state level to administer statewide annual assessments plus the English learner, the AZELA assessment this year. We fully recognize the challenges that presents because they are in-person assessments, meaning even though students can take the computer, they are not web-based, so students cannot take them from their homes. They have to be on a campus to be able to access the assessment. So we are providing consistent guidance around that. We have an FAQ sheet that just went out on Friday. Again, we're going to talk about it on our Wednesday calls. And we have an ongoing kind of Google form that our superintendents are adding questions to, and we're prepared every Wednesday to be able to answer those. But I think beyond those calls, the idea around those other pieces, proactively helping LEAs be prepared for interventions, for accelerating learning, for closing gaps, all those pieces. Some of that is started with planning for our ESSER II funding. So coordinating that with funding and investing and investments in your LEAs and helping our schools and district leaders think about what are best practices, what would be good investments. And we're thinking about that at the state level as we try to determine what our own ESSER set aside looks like to help support those pieces. So the answer is yes, all of those things are at work, and we're just trying to keep up as quickly as we can to get that information out to stakeholders and our partners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Member Mack. Just checking, I don't see any more raised hands. I just have one question, Kate, and Jill, you could help out on the answer to this maybe too. How do, I'm just thinking procedure and structure, how do the county superintendents come into play in all that you're doing? How are they involved as stakeholders and coming up with ideas and all that approach with ADE for their particular counties?
Are you speaking to the online learning or?
Correct.
Well, really, we're just offering support wherever we can. So that can be a plethora of things, and even plugging them in with the county for different resources. But we're meeting weekly, most of us, all of the county superintendents, with all of our district superintendents and discussing different issues and doing research on our different funding mechanisms. And but really, there's not a whole lot that we can do because each district has their own plan and their own method of delivering the online instruction. So we're kind of an information conduit, and I speak for myself, but I think any of the other county superintendents were really interested in hearing the needs of our districts and seeing how we can help. We did the broadband initiative throughout my county and other parts of the state, and we're working with Arizona Rural Schools on their Final Mile project and getting Wi-Fi and hotspots, and even looking at putting towers up on school grounds to have a dedicated education internet for students to be able to access at home. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does.
Okay.
It does, Bill. I appreciate that. And Kate, is that what you're seeing happen with most of the counties?
Mm-hmm. President Narducci, Member Broussard, thanks for that. And I would say yes, that is in line. And I would just add to that Superintendent Carter attends a weekly call, a Thursday noon call through the Arizona Department of Ed. So he provides feedback on behalf of the county superintendents for our group to be able to think and plan around. In addition, I know that they invite the Department of Education to come and share information at their county superintendent meetings, which we greatly appreciate that partnership. And we have had county superintendents participate on our task force. So for example, we did on our Equitable and Effective Schools task force. So just their voice at the table and their collaboration and that partnership has been very much appreciated.
Thanks, Kate. Well, thank you very much, Kate, for all the information and for all the hard work. Appreciate that very much. Seeing that we don't have any other raised hands with respect to this agenda item, I'm ready to move to the next agenda item. And thank you again, Kate.
Thank you very much.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 6C, Director Williams regarding educator discipline.
Thank you, President Narducci, Vice President Core. I had to change my thought process because superintendent's not here. Item 5C is the presentation and discussion regarding educator discipline report. As you know, board staff continues to bring you updates pertaining to the number of certified educators the board has disciplined. So Jessica, our data and research analyst, as well as Garnett Burns, have put a lot of work into our educator report, and Jessica will have a short presentation for you.
Hi, thank you for joining me. This presentation was first introduced in 2018 with the first report. There have been updates annually, which includes expansions that have been requested from board members. So if at any time some wheels are turning and there are things that you would like to see added to this report in the next coming cycle, would love to hear that. So this reporting period is January 2012 to December 2020. So approximately 9 years of data here of adjudicated cases by the board's decision. So some of the trend updates we see here is that discipline resulting from assaultive behaviors continues to rise, while the substance abuse cases are not rising along the same trend. So we're seeing more cases either off campus or on campus assault with the educators that are coming by board decision. It seems that there's no substantial trend for sex, whether it's male or female, indicated in the certificate database, or how often discipline is occurring by a male or female educator. So there's some new information on this report in these main 4 areas here. In previous reports, source was only indicated in about 200 of cases. I went back and added that for all 961 cases that have been adjudicated across these 9 years. It indicates that districts and charter holders are reporting these educators coming under discipline at the highest rate, which is 41%. We looked into the rate of discipline by the type of certificate that is held by the educator at the time of their discipline. At this time, secondary certificates are indicated most often, followed then by administrative certificates as far as the rate of discipline. So what that looks at is how many teachers have these certificates in the state of Arizona, and then how many are being disciplined by the board. The category of discipline by certificate continues to be predominantly resulting from sexual misconduct. So that's 39% of our cases are indicated for that. And then what's happening is that those cases are predominantly coming from secondary certificate holders. So we've targeted a lot of the training and ethics training around that population in serving those middle school and high school students, and the situations that might resolve from serving those students with educators. For the first time, we've also looked at what type of disciplinary action was approved by the board. So 37% of the educators end up surrendering their certificates to the board. This can actually, they can have a PPAC hearing and come before the committee and have lengthy process, but they can surrender all the way up until it comes to the board decision. So it doesn't necessarily indicate that nothing has gone through a committee review or process like that, but they've chosen at the end to surrender. And then over half are still coming through suspensions, revocations, application denials or approvals, and letters of censure, which may have conditions or may not. 25% of the cases that are coming through the board are negotiated settlement agreements, which are mediated by the attorneys of the board and the respondents. So what's next on our research is to look at the Professional Practices Advisory Committee and the final action that is taken by the board. We want to see if there's a divergence ever in the recommendation that is made by the committee and what the board action has been. This will help us develop policy around such things like as the discipline matrices, which cover DUIs and sexual cases right now, but currently do not include those assaultive cases that are coming before the board more and more often. And that concludes it.
Does anyone have any questions for Jessica or myself? Member Baker.
President Narducci, members of the board, and Jessica, just remind me, I know I've heard this before, but I want to make sure I have it fresh in my mind. If the board takes a teacher's certificate away, and then that teacher applies to work at a charter school, there's a mechanism, right, that highlights that individual's name that charter schools check. Is that just kind of remind me of that? And then also, if someone simply surrenders their certificate, is that individual treated any differently in terms of reporting to charter schools who hire non-certificated teachers? Is that handled any differently than the individual who had their certificate removed, their application denied?
Sure. President Narducci, Member Baker, the answer is that charter schools cannot hire an individual that's been revoked or who has surrendered their certificate to the State Board of Education until that certificate is back in standing. So charter schools are required to check the internal systems at the Department of Education as well as the public-facing OASIS system. This was an administrative fix that I worked with Ashley Berg, the executive director of the Charter Board, last year. So they've actually included some accountability measures within the charter framework. So if it's discovered that a charter school has hired a teacher or an administrator who's been revoked by the board or who has surrendered to the board, then they get dinged within their accountability system at the charter board. Additionally, Ketcher, if you want to talk about the board's discipline bill that's gone through the House and the Senate and what changes that bill makes for suspended individuals.
Sure, President Narducci and Member Baker. So statute was silent on charter schools hiring individuals with a suspended certificate, whereas it was very clear that district schools could not hire individuals with a suspended certificate. So the educator discipline bill, which I'll talk about a little bit on another agenda item here, clarifies that even if they're suspended, charter schools also should not be hiring them. It also, as you probably heard, I mentioned, or I should have mentioned, statute currently says teachers. Of course, there's plenty of certified folks out there who are not just teachers. And so the bill, in addition to closing the charter school suspended teacher loophole, also broadens that language so it doesn't just say teachers, educator.
Thank you, Ketcher.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on that.
Thank you, Member Baker. Thank you, Alicia and Jessica and Catcher. Any other raised hands that I've been failing to notice? Dr. Kaur.
Thank you, President Narducci, and thank you, Jessica. You know, a lot of great information, and like previous presentations this morning, the challenge to the board is taking all this data and turning it into actionable information, right? You know, kind of that process from data to action. I think I heard you end your presentation by saying there may be a need for this body to undertake a grid or matrix as it relates to assault-related issues. Is that the recommendation that I think I heard at the end?
President Narducci, Dr. Kaur, members of the board. Yes, that would be correct. It's been a matter of concern with the board as well as the committee. It's been addressed in previous meetings. These cases have come forward, and being sure that we're being consistent and fair and considering all of the mitigating and aggravating circumstances as it relates to the teachers who assault, and whether that matrix includes an on-campus versus on-campus distinction. That's up to the board to determine.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So just going off of what you said, Dr. Kaur, and Jessica's response and the presentation, is there something that the board is going to do with the information as we move forward in our next couple of meetings? That, I mean, I see where our PPAC responses, et cetera, we've improved the number of cases pending dramatically in the last couple of years. I wasn't surprised to see how many cases actually fall under substitute teaching certification, because I think many times in our meetings before we have stated that we shouldn't hold our substitute teaching certification and responses to any less standard than we are holding our teachers. And I'm just wondering if there's a thought by the staff as to any recommendations that we should use this information for going forward in short order to improve our system.
Thank you, President Narducci, members of the board. Board staff has been speaking with stakeholders in regard to potentially putting deficiencies on certain certificates in which we're seeing a higher rate of discipline. So for example, a substitute teacher, you need a bachelor's degree, you can receive your substitute teaching certificate. However, there's no requirement by the state board to partake in an ethics course, right? So really we want to figure out as the board how to mitigate these activities so that educators and individuals know that there are certain conduct that's unprofessional and immoral, and that they should not engage in that conduct. I would hope that this board could see some new ethics type. I think we have the data to support it. We have the data to support putting a deficiency on a certificate for a substitute teacher to take an ethics course within their first year of being a certified teacher. We have that data. It supports some type of course. It's just going to be working with the stakeholders to determine the best course forward for that type of ethics class.
Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any more raised hands, Alicia? I do not.
I do not.
Okay,
President
fantastic.
Narducci, I
Yes.
do see Member Mack's hand up.
Yes.
Thank you, President Narducci, members. I'm glad Alicia brought that up. I was just thinking that making that bridge to pre-service teachers possibly, if they're getting that information, but also the substitute teachers, because I think about like any teacher that's onboarded in a school district, we have mandatory videos that we have to watch that address some of these issues and, you know, other things like bloodborne pathogens and whatnot. And so thinking about how to, you know, make something maybe that's housed where they have like videos with questions, you know, to raise that level of awareness. And I don't know if other states are doing that or if that's being discussed, but it could be something, you know, little clips and then easily housed somewhere.
It would, Member Back, it would be my dream to have the State Board of Education's website hold some of that free materials for districts and charters to use for their teachers. So it's on my to-do list.
Very good. That's a great to-do list. Appreciate that very much. Seeing no other.
Just a real.
Oh, just Member Mack. I'm sorry, Member Baker.
Just a real quick, President Narducci, members of the board, just a real quick comment. You know, related, it's disturbing to see the number and the scope of disciplinary actions that are necessary. And of course, our responsibility is as much as we can within our roles to protect students from individuals who are predatory. And that's why I'm glad to hear what staff has done in terms of protecting charter school students and requiring checks. Related to an earlier agenda item, if the ESA program, for example, triples in the next couple of years, and what are we doing to protect ESA students from someone who goes out and forms a tutoring service and you know finds a new way to prey on kids. So I'm not looking necessarily for a response. I'm just pointing out that as the scene changes and as ESA expands, we should also be conscious of that issue. Thank you.
President Narducci, Member Baker, you and I must think quite alike because I've already provided a webinar to ESA parents through one of their parent groups on how to check the publicly available services prior to hiring a tutor. And that's still on their Facebook page. So thank you to Empowered Arizona Families for allowing me to provide that service.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Anybody else, Jessica, that you see with a raised hand? I don't.
President Narducci, no, nobody else has a raised hand.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for all you do. With that, we will move on from item 6C to item 6D, which is presentation regarding the honorary high school diploma. Alicia.
President Narducci, item 5D, 6D.
60.
Is a closing of the rulemaking procedure. So unless anyone has any questions for Ketcher, then we can move the motion.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Do I have a motion to close rulemaking procedures on R7-2-312 honorary high school diploma?
So moved. Member Broussard.
I have a motion by member Broussard. Do I have a second?
Second,
Member Burton?
Mac.
I'm sorry, member Mack seconded. All in favor? Please unmute and show your video.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Move on to item 6E. Director Williams.
President Narducci, item 6E is an update on rulemaking procedures, R7-2-602.01 induction program standards for new teachers. If any members have any questions or comments for Catcher, we are available. If not, this is just an informational item and we can move on to the next item.
Was there any questions? Any hands up in the galley? Member Baker.
President Narducci, members of the board, just a real quick comment that this is one of those things that can be done or it can be done very quickly. And so I just encourage staff to look at doing policies that would closely tie induction to mentoring and require somehow a very high quality program. Thank you.
Could not agree more, Member Baker. Thank you. Any others? I do not see any. So we will move, thank you. And we will move on to item 7. Yeah, we'll move on to item 7. Here's my thought, is that we'll move on to item 7, then item 8. Then we'll take a 5-minute break before we move on to item 9. Alicia?
6F. 6F.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's Catcher's Day. He's got to do the legislative update.
I am so sorry. We might have to take a break after 6F. I'm kidding. But Catcher, 6F.
I will not be denied my catcher baited.
President Narducci and members, I thought it was maybe mostly that you just wanted to skip the legislative stuff, which is fine because I think a lot of us would like to do that on a regular occasion. But,
my oversight. I jumped my square box in the agenda, but not you, Deputy Director.
Well, don't worry about it. I will try to be brief here today. So just a real quick recap. This is the agenda item that we have during the legislative session. We put it on every board meeting while the session is active. And it's an opportunity for board members to make comments on the record or try to, if they want to make motions, to weigh in support or opposition of a bill. As part of our process that we've used the last few years, there is a legislative committee made up of whoever the president and vice president is, which of course it'll be President Narducci and Vice President Kaur again, and one board member, Member Burton, was appointed again to be on that committee. So that committee meets weekly with staff. We go through the bills, and that committee provides staff with direction on how to proceed for that upcoming week. That committee is empowered to weigh in support of bills, and of course is also empowered to direct staff to try to work on bills. That committee, however, is not empowered to weigh in opposition of bills. Those are only things that the full board can do with any motion. So just a FYI on the process and why we have that in front of you today. So legislative session did start a couple weeks ago. And because it was an election year, every 2 years, all members of the legislature are elected every 2 years. So we did have many new members, as we do every time. And I think we kind of recapped a lot of that stuff for you in the session preview that was sent a few weeks ago, maybe even a month ago now. There was also the state of the state that the governor provided, and also his executive budget that he rolled out later that week. We gave you a recap and review of the items both in the state of the state and in the executive budget. So if you like a refresher on what's in there, as always, with all of these legislative updates that I provide or that staff talks about, it's all really K-12 education specific, and even more specific than that, it's all very State Board of Ed specific. So there's a lot of things happening at the legislature, obviously, that we don't include in these updates that we provide to you. And we do provide updates every week as part of your weekly updates from Alicia. So check those out, look at the bills, but also know those are all very State Board of Ed specific. And but if you do have other things that you'd want to talk about that you heard happening legislatively, I'm always available to chat. I'd also encourage you, if you see things on there that you had questions or comments or concerns on, you don't have to wait for the board meeting. You can just give me a call and we can talk about those things, or you can shoot me an email or a note. Sometimes I reach out to board members if I feel like they might have interest in something, or if I need some help getting some feedback. And then I always bring those to the legislative committees every week, and we talk about whatever that may be, and that helps inform the discussion. As to specifically what's going on right now, I do want to just hit on the things that are in our legislative priorities. The board in December adopted 4 legislative priorities. I'll give you an update on where each of those items are at this session. The first was running the educator discipline bill again, and both of those made it out of committee the first week of committees, made them out unanimously. They were mirror bills, so there's a bill in the Senate and a bill in the House. We are hoping that it is on the short list of bills that will be fast-tracked. However, things are still slow going a little bit here in the first few weeks of the session, partially because the legislature is still figuring out a lot of how to make this session work with the kind of hybrid virtual / in-person operations that they're doing right now. And so that does make a lot of our testimony has to be remote. And a lot of the meetings that we have, if not all the meetings we have to be remote. So we're hoping those bills continue to get fast tracked. Like I said, they made it out of committee, but we'll see what's happening. I think they're in the Rules Committee later today, and then hopefully in caucus tomorrow. Early literacy was also on our legislative priority list. The governor did include funding around early literacy in his executive budget, and happy to report a lot of that, if not all of that, was very much in line with the board's recommendations and work that the board has done with partners like Read On and the other partner organizations that make up Read On. So that's good news. There hasn't been a bill dropped on that yet. A lot of that will probably be in budget negotiations, and there might be a bill coming soon. And if there is, if it continues to be in line with the board's recommendations, probably something we'll recommend supporting, because that is in line with what the board had adopted as a legislative priority. And then finally on the legislative priority list was things around A to F and assessment. There was a bill introduced, again, mirror bills in both chambers, that is being heard in committee tomorrow, that is very much in line with the board's resolution and part of the legislative priority that the board adopted in December. So the board, the legislative committee directed staff to weigh in support of that bill, and we'll be testifying tomorrow on that piece of legislation, which in many ways largely mirrors A-F pause bill from 2015, when the board, or the legislature, I'm sorry, the state last transitioned assessment systems. So outside of those bills, there's a lot of mirror bills out there. Mirror bills meaning that it's a bill that is the same exact language dropped, usually in both chambers, but sometimes in the same chamber. And there's also a lot of reruns from last year. You'll probably notice when I give you that write-up on the bills being dropped and where they're at, you see a lot of rerun from last year, mirror of this bill. A lot of people are dropping the same bills from last year and trying to start them in both chambers, because there's some fears that there might be a shortened session and people would like their bills to get as far in the process as possible during session if it is a shortened session. There's also, however, because of that, a pretty big backlog of bills. So, there's been talk that the folks who have to draft those bills every year are always put behind the 8 ball to try to get that stuff out in a short period of time. There's talk that they're even more behind than usual this year, which means we might get a real glut of bills at the end, which means the last few weeks of committee might be extra strenuous compared to usual. So I'm not going to go into any detail on any of the other bills on those lists, but of course, happy to discuss them or answer questions if you like, and continue moving forward this session.
Thank you, Catcher. Very much appreciate not only your presentation being so succinct and understandable during these meetings, but also the way you're able to manage it throughout the session and at our Wednesday meetings with all of us. You do a fantastic job, and very much appreciate that. Does any member of the board have a question for Catcher in this regard? Hearing and seeing none. Thank you very much, Catcher. Appreciate that. We will move on to item number 7, which is our call to the public, which is time for the public to comment on items on today's enforcement action consent agenda, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any comments here, Alicia?
President Narducci, we do not have comments for item 7, but we do have multiple for number 9.
Thank you. And my thought there, Alicia, is that we'll do item 8 on the consent agenda items, and then take a 5-minute break. Everybody refresh their coffee, tea, or hot cocoa or whatever, and then we'll get back. Is that okay with you?
Sure. That's perfect with me. You run these meetings, but I do want you to know that we do have a member leaving in about 8 minutes, and so that will leave us with 7 members. And so all 7 members, you will have to keep your video on so that I can ensure that we have quorum for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Alicia. And with that said, we'll move on to item number 8, which is our consent agenda for enforcement actions. With respect to item 8, is there anyone who wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, and please be unmuted and your videos on. Do I have a motion to approve items 8A1 and 8A2, 8B1 and 8B2, and 8C1?
So moved, Member Broussard.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Member Broussard.
Second, Member Burke.
Thank you, Member Burke, for the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you very much. We will take a 5-minute break now and come back for item 9.
Just a reminder to board members, as you come back for your break, please turn on your video so I can assure quorum. Thank you. President Narducci, I'm just waiting on Member Baker and Member Ruiz, and I'll let you know when their videos are on so we can restart the meeting.
Thank you.
Hey, Jessica, can you, I'm trying to start my video, but it's telling me that the host has disabled my video. If you could fix that for me. Perfect, thank you. All right, President Narducci, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, we will move right into agenda item 9, which is our call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on items on today's enforcement action general agenda. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes, so please watch the clock in this regard so that we can end in that 3-minute segment. Director Williams, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, President Narducci, we have 8 individuals for this agenda item. And I will start with the first person up, and then I'll say followed by so that the next person can get ready. First, we have Ms. Nelson, followed by Jess Larona. Ms. Nelson?
Hello, my name is Mark. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Nelson. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Marjorie. I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona. I'm second-generation immigrant. My mother was born and raised in Iquique, Chile. I'm also a 20-year veteran math teacher. I taught majority of my years in Tucson City charter schools, serving the low SES population, changing the math mindsets of students and helping them succeed in their traumatic lives. I raised 2 children. My daughters are 7 and 9, almost 8 and 9, Olivia and Gabriella. And I do this now currently under a $20,000 a year income. I have not used my teaching certification for about a year now. I currently work at the Pima Community College, Adult Basic Education, College and Career Readiness as a student success coach. I have a bachelor's in education with a math emphasis. I was also 6 credits shy of a master's in human relations, both from Northern Arizona University. My fingerprint clearance card is current and expires in February 2024. A recommendation was made to you, the Board of Education, to revoke my teaching certifications. This judgment was based on speculations made on assumptions, not facts. To pass judgment based on assumptions is unfair and unjust. revocation feels extremely aggressive based on that these are speculations. This would leave me with no opportunities to provide for my family, stripping me of my career. My failure was in my incompetence. There was incompetence in some of this process, as from Ms. Garnett's office, I received documents for today's meeting in somebody else's name. That incompetence was followed by an email telling me just to shrink documents. I have worked all of my life to serve the low poverty students and now help in the adult education to retain and prevent and to retain students to help them and provide them with a future. Some of these students have felonies. Some of these students feel that there is no hope. As a student success coach, I provide them with the positive growth mindset, the tools and skills that they need to further their future. My children depend on me. Although I'm not in the classroom and have chosen to not be in the classroom, I feel that revoking my certification strips me of my identity and all of the educational experience and productivity that I've made in my life. Redirecting myself and forcing me to choose a new career out of education. My passion in education is to serve the underprivileged, the low SES students and adults, to help them to build a future to provide for their families. I thank you for listening to me today, and I hope that you make a fair and just choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Next up, we have Jess Verona, followed by Laura Fenimore.
President
Jess
Narducci, Executive
Lorona?
Director Williams, we do not have Jess Lorona with us today. We do have Laura.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to Laura Fenimore, followed by Kara Cook. Laura?
Hello.
Hi, Laura. We can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I couldn't for a moment. I made sure. Thank you. I am speaking in support of Amy Kreck to the matter in front of the Board of Education. I have been a teacher in Arizona for the past 14 years. I was born and raised here in Arizona. I have known Amy. We started off as just neighbors in the neighborhood, got to know each other a little bit, grew to be friends. We've known each other now for the past 12 years. We started off as friends, grew to be colleagues. When she was looking for a job, I told her about my district and my school. She came to work with me. I have trusted her to watch my children over the past 12 years. I have entrusted her to teach my children during this pandemic, and I would do so again. In fact, we continue to use her as a babysitter. I continue to use her as a teacher to my children. She is responsible. She is caring towards my kids. My kids have grown to have a great relationship with her. She's very positive. I can always go to her when I need advice, whether that's professional or personally. Like I said, she's very giving. If I were to move schools again or move districts again, I would definitely recommend her to my principal or to my school, wherever I was choosing to work. I would recommend her to work with me once again. So, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next up, we have Kara Cook, followed by Amy Kreck. Kara Cook?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Kara.
Okay. My name is Kara Cook, and I am here speaking in support of Amy Kreck in front of the Arizona Board of Education. I moved to Arizona 4 years ago from Indiana and taught with Amy for 3 of those years and also grew to be friends with her over that time. When I first moved here, she was actually one of the first teachers I got to observe at my school and had the privilege of watching her in the classroom and interacting with her students. And the amount of just like care and support she has for her students and how much she wants them to succeed and know that they're welcome in her classroom is evident every moment of the day. She is the teacher that pours everything she has into every lesson in order to give her students the best chance at success and works every day to make sure they know they're capable of whatever they put their mind to. Amy is honest and hardworking and one of the kindest people I've ever met. She never has a bad thing to say about anybody. And I think we're really lucky to have her as a teacher in Arizona. I think she belongs in the classroom. She knows that's her place and that's where her heart is. And she just loves being there for the kids. She wants to be there in every way she can. She's taught piano before and after school, played in the talent show, so students had opportunities to show their talents, and she just really loves what she does, and I think she's great at it. We, like I said, have also become friends, and she's one of the people I would go to with a personal situation, a professional situation, looking for advice. She was on my team as I was like a second year teacher, and I frequently went to her to see strategies and techniques and just see what she was doing, because she is that teacher that you can look up to and look to for guidance when you're not sure where to go next. So I want to thank you for listening, and yes.
Thank you, Kara. Next up, we have Amy Kreck, followed by Flynn Carey. Amy?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are, Amy. Go ahead.
Okay. Members of the board, my name is Amy Kreck, and last month, PPAC voted to not only deny a gifted endorsement that I was seeking, but they also voted to revoke my teaching certificate, effectively ending a 17-year teaching career. 6 years ago, I did punish a 5-year-old girl that we were fostering in our home. Her tantrum escalated, and I made the poor choice to use corporal punishment. And although I've never used it before or since, and I certainly haven't on any children that I've taught, it has resulted in this recommendation that I lose my license. I want the board to know that immediately after that event, I had bundled that little girl in her towel and held her in my arms. And the both of us calmed down enough and were able to talk about the cause of the whole incident. And then we proceeded to do all of our normal nighttime routines. And that little girl did not go to bed frightened or upset. I made a mistake in how I handled my own emotions that evening, but I made it better with her. And while I'm far from perfect, I've never had an incident like the one 6 years ago. In fact, I've not had any kind of record or pattern of misconduct in the 17 years that I've taught, or the 3 years that we fostered 14 children, save for that one time. I asked that I be allowed to continue teaching. I love teaching my 5th grade students, building relationships with them, helping them to recognize their gifts and talents, just being goofy with them, and yes, disciplining them when it's necessary, but doing it the right way. I've taken classes, read books, been professionally developed, and I continue to receive personal counseling to help myself do it the right way. It is that important to me to not escalate situations to unhealthy levels. And I think that I've succeeded. I am currently working at a school that I would like to retire at. I am lead for my grade level. I am held in high regard by my administration, my parents, my staff, and my students, both my online and my in-class ones. So I got into teaching because I care deeply for improving the lives of children. And they're only successful when they have teachers that are committed to their growth and development. And even though there have been a lot of challenges that teachers are facing, especially now, these obstacles have never stopped me because I know that I am one of those committed teachers and that the classroom is the place that I need to be. I appreciate that the PPAC viewed a limited event, but they didn't have the full benefit of my entire background and history. And I stand before you now as someone who has matured over 17 years of teaching and has done a huge amount of growing significantly in the past 6 years since this event happened. And I hope that you, the board, would see fit to allow me to continue to teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next up, we have Flynn Carey, followed by Molly Brisguys. I know I said that wrong, Molly. I apologize. Is Flynn Carey on?
Executive Director Williams, Flynn Carey signed up as a backup for Molly Brixis, so she'll be addressing the matter.
Okay. The next up, we have Molly, followed by Jonathan Livingston. Molly? Molly, you need to unmute yourself.
Executive Director Williams, I think Mr. Carey will be stepping in.
Okay, then Mr. Carey, you need to unmute yourself.
Ms. Williams,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Mr.
for bringing me on. Ms. Brisgus was just as a backup in case my Court of Appeals argument started. So I am ready to speak further at this time.
Go ahead, Mr. Carey.
President Narducci, members of the board, I represent Ms. Kreck. She's been a teacher since 2002, approximately 17 years. In 17 years, she's not been disciplined by any school. She's never had any complaint with the board other than the one that was investigated by PPAC. And that involved a situation from 2014. 6 years passed from that event and Ms. Kreck continued to teach. No criminal charges were brought and she maintained her licensure or her certification and remained a productive and well-loved teacher. She's consistently rated as highly effective and someone who has been capable of engaging children and their parents in extremely beneficial ways. And had she simply remained in her role as a teacher and didn't aspire to gain further endorsement, this issue would not have arisen. But instead, she sought a gifted endorsement. And in doing so, she truthfully answered a question on the application if she had ever been investigated by DCS. And she disclosed a 6-year-old situation. And now a well-respected, effective teacher is before you not simply with a recommendation to deny the endorsement, but PPAC is seeking to have you take away her underlying certificate and effectively remove her from the field. How does taking a talented teacher out of the classroom advance the purpose of this board? How does it protect the public with a 6-year-old situation that has long passed and has long been adjudicated? This is not someone who's applying for their licensure the first time. This is someone who has 20 years almost of experience. I watched these board meetings and there was a case in which licensure was granted after a parent bit a child on the face, leaving a bruise. And a board member said, I could stand in her shoes. I've not bit my daughter, but I could feel her frustration. And that's the type of understanding and common sense that I think the board exhibits and that the board wants PPAC to exhibit. you've discussed in the past an assault matrix. And I think that's a recognition that not all cases are the same, and that people need the opportunity to move beyond a single event. I don't think the board wants to establish policies that dissuade the Ms. Krecks of the world, the people with seniority and experience, the leads, the team leaders, from moving forward with their career and doing more to help children. We respectfully request that you grant endorsement in this case and instruct staff at most to prepare a decree of censure. And that will document PPAC's concerns while keeping a very qualified senior teacher in the classroom. Or failing that, if you do choose to deny her endorsement, we respectfully request that you leave her underlying certificate intact. She can apply for an endorsement again in the future, and PPAC and investigative staff will have another opportunity to see whether some advancements have been made even beyond the 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Lastly, we have Jonathan Levinson.
President Narducci, Executive Director Williams, Mr. Levinson is not on the call.
Thank you. Jessica, did Jess Lorona join us?
Executive Director Williams, Mr. Lorona has not joined us either.
Okay, thank you. President Narducci, that concludes the list for requests to speak.
And Ms. Williams, I believe Ms. Brisgis is actually on there for Mr. Levinson.
Alicia just got disconnected, so I'll wait for her to connect. Jessica, is there someone else that was in our public comments that joined?
President Narducci, members of the board, Ms. Brixis is with us if she's able to make her comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and allow her to make her comments.
If you can hear us, you're going to need to unmute.
Are you speaking to me?
No, Alicia, we're trying to track down Ms. Brisgis, but it doesn't seem like he's able to unmute.
Oh, my understanding was that Molly was just a substitute for Flynn Carey.
Okay. So we have no further speakers and can move on.
Flynn, you're muted, so we cannot hear you.
President Narducci, members of the board, we had Ms. Brisgis as the primary on the Levinson matter, and I was the backup in the event that one of us was pulled away. So she actually has the primary on that matter. So I do believe she has a statement for the board.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have her on?
President Narducci, it says that she is present in the meeting. However, I do not see a video, and her mic is muted.
Okay.
And I apologize, I hung up my call.
That's what I figured you did from your facial expression.
Yeah.
President Narducci, members of the board, Molly's coming over to my office, so I'm going to give her my laptops. This will be just a moment. She's walking down the hall. I apologize for the tech issue.
No problem. Thank you.
Are we on?
Hi, Molly. You can go ahead. We have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was having technical difficulties. I couldn't unmute it even though it said that it was mute. And Mr. Levinson also was having technical problems and was unable to speak, although he wanted to address the board about the efforts that he took towards rehabilitation. So members of the board, President Narducci, my name is Molly Brisgis, and we're asking you to grant Mr. Levinson's application or in the alternative, to shorten the period from which he can reapply. I'd like to offer 3 reasons why this board should not follow PPAC's recommendation in this case. First, under the statutes and regulations, a criminal conviction is not an automatic bar to being granted a teaching license, but that is how PPAC has so treated it in this case. If any criminal conviction automatically disqualified someone from a teaching certificate, there would be no purpose to holding a hearing, and that would be reflected in the law. But the law allows for a hearing where the state and the applicant present evidence, but the hearing in this case was perfunctory. PPAC did not meaningfully consider the aggravating and mitigating factors in this case, and they wholesale adopted the state's findings of fact and conclusions of law that had been submitted prior to the hearing, despite hearing evidence from witnesses and receiving documentary evidence. So even though that was all part of the record, it never made its way into the findings of fact and conclusions of law. This suggests that the outcome was predetermined for the state, no matter what evidence Mr. Levinson presented. Second, and I think most importantly, a criminal conviction should not be a lifetime bar from fully re-entering and serving in a community. Mr. Levinson went through the criminal justice process, paid his debt to society, and has rehabilitated himself. The Superior Court and DPS have already recognized that. There are strong public policy reasons for the community, of which schools and the teaching profession are a vital part of, to recognize these efforts and to bring back into the fray those who have once broken the social contract but have strived to make amends and are seeking to re-enter the community circle. 10 years is a long time. For some people, their first arrest is unfortunately the first step towards a life of crime. But for Mr. Levinson, this is clearly not the case. He has not had so much as a speeding ticket since the time that he was arrested 10 years ago. And now, 10 years later, after making significant efforts, including getting married, achieving a college education that brought him great meaning and was important, he's seeking to re-enter the community circle by serving that community. Third, the criminal conviction at issue here, insurance fraud, has nothing to do with teaching or children. The state did not present any evidence that anything about Mr. Levinson's crime that would suggest his behavior had any connection or nexus to the classroom. The medieval origin of the word rehabilitation is to come back to after a former condition, after decay or damage. The best communities, of which schools form the foundation, are ones where this is possible. Teachers preach the importance of resilience, tenacity, and capacity to change, qualities Mr. Levinson has. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. President Narducci, I believe that concludes the request to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you to all the speakers. We'll move on to agenda item 10. And items 10A1 and 10A2 are negotiated settlement agreements. Unless there's discussion regarding the settlement agreements, I'd like to take these in a single motion. Do I have a motion to approve items 10A1 and 10A2?
I'll move.
I have a motion by member Baker. Do I have a second?
A second. Daniel?
Second by Dr. Kaur. Please unmute and have your videos on. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll move on to item 10B. And this is in regard to Chantel Allah. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke the teaching certificates of Chantel Allah for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Kaur. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Member Baker beat you. I have a second by member Baker. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. And just to be sure, Alicia, we do have all of us on video, correct? You can see everybody? Since we're down to that number of 8.
President Narducci, yes. Number 7.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 10C regarding Daishad Carter, and I'll give everybody a moment to just refresh by looking at 10C. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to grant the application for certification of Daishard Carter, despite evidence showing that he engaged in unprofessional or immoral conduct, because sufficient evidence exists that mitigates Daishard Carter's conduct? Would anybody like to have our staff go over the circumstances or facts of this matter?
I'll make the motion.
Armand, Member Ruiz, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Hearing none, I do not have a second. The motion fails. Do I have an alternative motion? Discussion.
President Narducci, could Executive Director Williams give us some options, please?
Executive Director Williams, please.
Yeah.
President Narducci, Member Baker, members of the board, in this case, this is an application case. So the board's decisions are as follows. They can approve, they can go along with the recommendation of the PPAC, or they can deny the application. And if the board chooses to deny the application, then they have to give a time frame up to 5 years for the denial.
So in this situation, we could move that the application be denied and that the denial have either any time period up to 5 years, correct? For application?
That is correct, President Narducci. So you'd still have to adopt the findings of fact and the conclusions of law, but you would have to vote to deny the application up to 5 years.
President Narducci?
Yes, Armando.
Yeah, I was looking through the complaint. You know, when you just read the very first part, you go like, oh, it doesn't seem substantial. But then as you know, I went looking through the complaint, there seems to be just a history of alcohol or drug abuse and driving. And we've had lots of cases that have come to us, similar characteristics, and you know, we usually take action against those types of situations. You know, one incident years, maybe 15 years ago when you're college or something different, but when you see 3 or 4 incidents, and these are the ones that just you get recorded on. You know what happens when you didn't get caught and there's no record, there's nothing. That was my concern.
Yeah.
President Narducci, if I may share with the board members on page 34 of the transcript. So I'm going with the number that's at the top of the page, box 44. You do have members of the PPAC explaining their votes and the reasons for their recommendation. for this individual to be granted their application. The PPAC did vote for 6-0. Mitigating factors included good faith effort to rectify consequences of misconduct, full and free disclosure or cooperative attitude toward disciplinary agency, inexperience in the field other than coaching, and other immaturity.
Thank you, Alicia. And then I go back to my appreciation of this is that it did happen a while ago, right? A lot of the stuff happened a while ago, but it's also for a substitute certificate, and which means we don't have, and going back to Armando, so we don't have a lot of information about this individual because he has not been in the classroom that we could have monitored behavior with somebody in a supervisory capacity. We really don't have any other information except his application and then the past history that we've been provided for here. So with that said, and seeing that we don't have a second to the motion, I propose for discussion. Some more comment? I just propose for discussion, maybe moving forward with a motion with a 2-year leeway. Member Baker.
I'd be willing to second the motion.
You'd be willing to second the motion to have it move forward?
Yes.
For approval?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
President Narducci, just because I like things tidy, could we call the motion again and make sure we have the first, make sure Armando still wants to, thank you.
You bet. So let me just reinitiate. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to grant the application for certification of Daishad Carter, despite evidence showing that he engaged in unprofessional or immoral conduct, because sufficient evidence exists that mitigates Daishad Carter's conduct?
This is one where you just, well, you're torn on, but I'm trusting the committee. It's one where it's gone to committee. We could, I don't know, go through it at length. I'm worried about it, but at the same time, if the committee submits it to us, I'm hoping that they checked all the boxes necessary.
Thank you, Armando. So we
Yeah.
have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Member Baker. Any further discussion?
President,
Member Baker?
Members of the board, I have the same reservations that Armando does, but I want to trust the PPAC as much as we can. And it was a long time ago, and it is for a substitute certificate. So if there's any reservations at all by a school district after they don't have to, of course, they don't have to hire them initially. And then if there's any reservations, they simply don't have to call them back. There's no one has to enter into a contractual relationship with this individual.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Yeah, I had similar concerns, but the fact that it is 6-0, I mean, if it was a closer vote, I still struggle with it. But I also think it's really up to the districts to do background checks on anybody they hire, substitute, any employee. And it was a long time ago. I guess my only question is, are there any restrictions that we could place? Like if there's any additional DUIs, if there's anything else, then he will, it will automatically be revoked, or I don't know exactly what our options are in that regard. Yeah, I struggle with that with this one, but I also when it's a 6-0 vote, I really have a lot of respect for members on PPAC, so I'm hesitant to just throw out that. So are there any other options, Alicia, in terms of restrictions? on a substitute cert?
President Arducci, Member Burton, the board could direct board staff to work with the Assistant Attorney General's office to complete a negotiated settlement agreement. I will say that it will take time, and there's no guarantee that the applicant would agree to a negotiated settlement agreement, which then would take more time.
Okay. With that said, then I'll move forward with a vote, and we'll go from there. We do have a motion and a second, and thank you for the comments. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
So do we need roll call or are we
President
good?
Narducci, no, the vote was 6-1, so the motion fails. We need 7 votes
Okay.
for any agenda items going forward.
All right. So where does that leave us?
I'm sorry, Alicia, explain that again. So one dissenting vote carries the day?
Yes, by statute, board votes is the majority of the board, not the majority of the individuals present. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I might have. I did my
I
math
did
wrong.
not know that. I'm certainly not looking.
I did my math
to the
wrong.
will of my colleagues.
I did the math wrong. It
Yeah, 6 out of 11.
6 out of 11, so the motion passes.
Okay, don't apply for a certification for a math instructor, okay?
Oh,
You couldn't resist, could you, Armando?
thank you.
Meeting's gone too long. I'm getting antsy.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to item 10D. This regards Stephen Chambly. And just to refresh, please look. This is in regards to a teacher intern certificate with an expiration date, as well as professional career and technical education health career certificate, as well as a substitute pre K through 12 certificate. Any questions needed with respect to questions or discussion needed with respect to 10D before I call for a motion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to deny the application for certification of Stephen Chambly and revoke the certificates held by Stephen Chambly for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have a motion?
So moved. Member Wellborn?
Thank you, Member Wellborn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ruiz, for a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It's unanimous. We'll move on to 10E. 10E is with respect to Sandra Clark. Do we have any questions or discussion regarding Sandra Clark? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to deny Sandra Clark's application for certification on grounds of unprofessional or immoral conduct for a period of 3 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So move.
I have a motion by Member Baker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Is that Member Burton?
Yes.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Unanimous. Move on to 10F. 10F is with respect to Jeffrey Johnson. Any discussion or comments regarding item 10F? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke the teaching certificates of Jeffrey Robert Johnson for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved. This is Daniel.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur, for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Is that Member Burton?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Move on to item 10G with respect to Amy Kreck. Do we have any discussion or comments regarding this item?
President Narducci, members of the board, I spent a lot of time as a foster parent, foster adopt parent, and I certainly don't. I'm not defending the actions of the candidate here, but I understand that being a foster parent is really, really tough, and that's one of the reasons why so few people do it. I think she's paid the price for the mistake that she's made. She's lost her license to be a foster parent. She's had the public embarrassment of all of this. There has been no carryover that we have evidence of into her teaching career. There is certainly no evidence of a pattern of behavior. And when the chair is ready, I'd like to put forward a motion of an alternative action.
Thank you, Member Baker. Appreciate those comments very much.
I
Member
would-
Welborn.
I would second, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Member
I'll
Ruiz.
No, I'll go in line.
Okay, Member Welborn.
President Narducci, Vice President Kaur, members of the board, for all the well-articulated reasons that Member Baker said, I would support an alternative recommendation.
Thank you, Member Welborn. Member Ruiz.
Mr. President, members, I would echo that. I've also been a foster parent, and it's tough, really, really tough.
Thank you.
Member Broussard has something, President Narducci.
Member Broussard.
Love to speak about myself in third person. So I agree with the comments that have been made. This took place in 2014. There hasn't been any other issues or accusations since then. And it's clear that she's continued to work with children and has had no issues. And, you know, just trying to, just looking at that record alone tells me that, you know, this was a isolated incident. And I would also support a motion of another outcome for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Broussard. I am in line. Dr. Kaur, do you have anything?
I'm just supportive of the earlier comments. I think there's a better way than the recommendation before us.
Yes, agree wholeheartedly. Member Baker, I'm going to come back to you. Are there any other members that wanted to speak that haven't? Member Baker, I'm going to come back to you with a proposed alternative motion.
All right, you ready? You ready for me to make that motion?
I am.
I move to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, but modify the recommendation and approve the applications for certification of Amy Kreck and issue a letter of censure on any and all certificates held by Amy Kreck, and that all states and territories be so notified.
Thank you, Member Baker.
I second the motion.
I have a
Member
second by
Welborn.
Member Welborn. All in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Do you have that motion, Alicia, Catcher, or Jessica?
President Narducci, I have the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll move on to item 10H with respect to Angela Lacagnina. Any discussion or questions regarding item 10H? Hearing and seeing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to grant the application for certification of Angela Lacagnina and take disciplinary action through issuance of a letter of censure, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
I have a motion by Member Baker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Member Ruiz.
Oh, thank you, Member Reese. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, unanimous. We will move on to item 10I regarding Jonathan Levinson. Any discussion, comments, questions regarding item 10I? Hearing none and seeing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to deny the application for certification of Jonathan Levinson on grounds of unprofessional or immoral conduct for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So
I make the
move.
motion.
Oh,
I have a motion by Member
Second.
Ruiz and a second by Dr. Kaur.
fair enough.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? The ayes have it, unanimous. We'll move on to item 10J with respect to Kelly Milani. Any discussion or comment regarding Kelly Milani? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to grant the application for certification of Kelly Milani?
So moved.
Motion by Member Baker. Do I have a second?
Second by Welborn.
Thank you, Member Welborn. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Move on to item 10K regarding Marjorie Nelson. Give you a chance to look at that. Any discussion or comment regarding item 10K? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke the teaching certificate of Marjorie Nelson for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved. Member Broussard.
Thank you, Member Broussard, for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Baker, for the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Move on to 10L. 10L is with respect to Gail Olson. Any comments or discussion regarding Educator Olson's matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to deny Gail Olson's application for certification and suspend the certificates of Gail Olson for a period of 1 year with successful completion of an anger management course approved by board staff, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Kaur, and who's my second?
Broussard.
Thank you, Member Broussard. I have the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Move on to item 10M with respect to Joey Dean Reedhead. Any comments or questions or discussion with respect to item 10M? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to deny the application for certification of Joey Reedhead on the grounds of unprofessional and immoral conduct for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
I have a motion by Member Baker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Member Ruiz. Thank you both. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, unanimous. Move on to item 10N with respect to Winona Sherman. Any comments, discussion, or questions regarding item 10N? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to deny the application for certification of Winona Sherman on the grounds of unprofessional or immoral conduct for a period of 3 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
I have a motion by Member Broussard. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second by Member Wellborn.
Thank you, Member Welburn. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimous. Move on to item 10O with respect to Julia 6. Do we have any comments, discussion, or questions regarding item 10O?
I kind of would like to make a comment. I'm pretty, I'm sorry, President Narducci, if I may.
You may.
All right. I'm pretty disgusted with the decision. I'm not scrolling down, but this was the teacher living in, yeah, okay. So with the, disgusted with the fact that this teacher would knowingly put our students at risk by having him on school grounds. I'm also alarmed that he was volunteering for the district without a fingerprint clearance card. But I just kind of wanted to just let that be known how disgusted I am with the disregard for the student safety.
Thank you, Member Broussard. Well thought out comments. I appreciate that. Feel the same way. Any other comments, discussion, or questions? Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke the certificates of Julia Sick for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Got a motion by Member Broussard. Do I have a second?
Second by Member Wellborn.
Thank you, Member Wellborn, for the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you, Board. We move on from 10P, which was removed from the agenda item, as an agenda item. We will move on to 10Q. Director Williams, I'll turn it over to you for a little bit.
Thank you, President Narducci. Jessica, did Lou Lerner sign in by chance?
Executive Director Williams, Lou Lerner did not register for the Zoom meeting or sign in.
Okay, thank you. So President Narducci, members of the board, 10Q is a presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the request for review of Lou Lerner, case number C-2019-680. This request for review does come from Mr. Lerner, so this is his appeal of the state board's decision that occurred in October of 2020 for a 2-year suspension. The first document is his request for review to you, and then additionally he's attached the statement that he submitted to the PPAC for the September 8th hearing. Lastly, within the documents for this matter, you have the state's response in opposition to request for review. I do believe that Assistant Attorney General Anderson is on the call if any members have any questions for her. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Lerner on the call today.
Thank you, Alicia.
Do any members have any questions?
And my understanding is if there are no questions or further discussion required, that we can move forward with a motion. Is that correct?
President Narducci, yes, that is correct.
Okay. I will move forward and propose a motion. Do I have a motion that the state board, having reviewed Mr. Lerner's request for review and the state's response in opposition to that request, determine that Mr. Lerner failed to establish a basis that would merit a review of this board's prior decision to suspend all certificates held by Mr. Lerner for a period of 2 years, and that all states and territories be so notified, and therefore deny his request for review and affirm its October 26th, 2020 decision. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Member Baker. Do I have a second?
So moved, Member Wellborn.
Thank you, Member Wellborn. I have a first and I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's comments, discussion, diligence in that process that we just went through for all of these items. Move on to agenda item number 11. Summary of current events and future meetings, etc. Alicia, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Narducci, members of the board. Thank you for a great board meeting. I do believe that there are a lot of agenda items and follow-up that board staff will do with the department, especially as it relates to the ESA quarterly reports, the distance learning plans, and the charter school grants. So state board staff will follow up with the department on that, and either we'll schedule it for the next state board meeting or a future state board meeting. 6 is a quorum. 6 is a quorum. Thank you, Member Ruiz. That will now be in my brain forever, and I will never have to ask her again what is a quorum member. So with that, I don't have any other updates for the board members, but if board members have any updates for board staff or any agenda items that you would like to see on future board agendas, now would be the appropriate time to bring those forward.
Thank you. Board members, anything? Sure do appreciate all of you. Thank you for your diligence. Thank you for all your hard work. It's very enjoyable for me to learn from all of you and to serve with you. Alicia, I think that takes care of it all. And we'll be adjourned.
Thank you. All right, you want to call the timeout for me?
The timeout is 2:05.